What it do? What it do? What it do? Let me check the mic real quick. Mic, there we go. That's a little bit better. In the chat, let me know if I'm loud enough. I did a couple of new things with the mic to try to get a little bit better audio vocal quality. But if it's not coming in perfect, chat, let me know. Let me see. Let me turn this up a little bit. Okay. Anyway, but y'all in the chat, let me know. Sounds better, sounds worse. I'm always working on this in a bit of flux, as always. But anyway, with that being said, my friends, welcome to yet another Coffee Cup Fridays. How is everybody doing? I hope everybody is well. First off, I did want to talk about the time change and why I did the time change 2 hours later than I normally would. Reason being is started looking at my daily schedule and some things just did not necessarily fit. And some things were going to be dicey and whatever. So one of the things that is on that list is keeping my dog on schedule, right? I do keep my dog on schedule. One of the things I do keep in mind is my dog's feeding times. And with my streams going a bit longer and stuff like that, it does cut into that time. So what I decided to do was move my stream time a little bit further down, and to where when I can do my Coffee Cup Fridays and when I take the break in between the podcast side of this and the video game side of it, then in between when I'm doing the Be Right Back, I can go ahead and feed her and blah, 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 and we'll be good after that, right? So that's the reason why for the foreseeable future, I'm moving my streams to 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern. That can also obviously be changed. I want to see what other things come across and whatever. So, we're playing it by ear. We're looking at numbers. We're looking at how I feel as a streamer, because I do get up fairly early. And one thing I have learned is the later I start a stream, the less energy I do have. So I tend to keep a lot of those other things in mind, because if I am gassed when I start a stream, then what's the point of me streaming? Anyway, that is one particular thing about it. But with that out of the way, what we got today is we're going over our question of the day. We are going over, how do I put this? Lunchtime shenanigans, right? Because one of the reasons why I came up with that was I started thinking, somehow my wife and I got into this conversation about long lunches and how weird it felt to take a longer lunch. So I went back, kind of went through my career and stuff and wondered how long was the average lunchtime for me. And whenever a lunchtime was a different length, one, what did I do? And two, how weird was it? So that's where the lunchtime thing comes around. Then we're going to go into the Friday flow. You know, Friday workflow. How is everybody's workflow on a Friday? You know, whether you got a job, whether you are working from home, or even if you're just chilling, like what is, or even if you just don't work on Fridays, or you're like me and retired, what is the Friday flow for y'all? Because it's the end of the week, it's the day before the weekend and stuff like that. And I think whether from the time of school all the way to now, there's still that ingrained thought process. I firmly believe this is an ingrained thought process in the human psyche that says, you know, I am off work on Friday. Hold on, let me do this real quick while I'm playing around. Okay. But yeah, it's something that is ingrained in us that Friday comes around and it's like, I am done, you know. Once the horn blows on Friday, I am free for the weekend and whatever. So that's two of the things we're going to talk about. But what we're first going to start off with is our question of the day. And to those who know me, I always try to come up with some version of a question of the day, and that has something to do with my old life. You know, my old career and all this other stuff like that. And one of the things that got me thinking, I was looking, like I said earlier, I was talking about lunchtime and stuff like that. I did look back at other points of my life, and I always have this story that still sticks with me. But our question of the day is, what was, and I screwed that up. Yes, I know it's your, but what was your welcome to adulting moment? Like, what was the moment that you became, quote unquote, an adult? And when the adulting life hit you? Mine, I remember this clear as day, right? So, a little backtracking. This was in the beginning of my career, right? Obviously, I was living at home, growing up, joined the military, was in basic training, then tech school, and then when I finally got into the operational Air Force in California, I was like, I am free, I have my own money, and blah, 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 blah. So I went and bought a TV, I went and bought this, that. You know, I was a gamer, so I made sure I bought games. And hold on, I forgot about this. I'm slipping. What am I doing? Ladies and gentlemen, before I finish this story, it is indeed Coffee Cup Friday, so I forgot to ask you all my question. What is in your cup this Friday? And now it's time for some caffeine ASMR. Still one of the funniest things I do on the stream. To me, when I go back and watch it, just like, caffeine ASMR, really? So, anyway, where was I at? Yeah, I just got to the Operational Air Force, right? And I bought my TV. I was a gamer, so I made sure I bought some games and all this other stuff like that. And I bought a cell phone. And I was calling home from basically across the United States from where I live. And I was calling home, I was calling my cousin, I was calling my parents, blah, 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 yucking it up with them and all this other stuff like that, right? So I get my first cell phone bill, $200 something. This was back in the days where you actually had, I think it was, you just had minutes, but I blew through those. I like all these fees and penalties and all this other stuff like that. Man, look, I didn't care about all that. All I know is I got my own phone and all this other stuff. I can do whatever I want. I'm grown. Yeah, so I said I'll pay the bill whenever I get a chance. That didn't happen. I did not pay that bill at all. I did not pay that bill, bro. So next month, your new time threw me. Hey, what is going on, TD? Yeah. I was trying to link up with the pupper. So I'm trying to set it up where I can, and don't laugh without your neck pillow. Oh, my bad. You know what? I don't know why I keep forgetting that. I think because I'm juggling so many things, this tends to end up getting forgotten. Don't know why, but it just tends to end up getting forgotten. That's what TD is here. Thank you, TD. Appreciate you. So, what you missed was me talking about the question of the day. She may need a sound. But yeah, what you missed was we were talking about the question of the day, and which that question also goes out to you. What was your welcome to adulting moment? And yeah, mine was, see, where was I at in the story? Quick, let me backtrack a little bit in case you missed it, Didi. I had just left my parents' house, joined the military, got to California and whatnot, and I am free to spend my check however I feel and whatever. So I bought my TV, I bought video games, I bought all this other different stuff. I bought toys, basically. No, I didn't buy a car, but I bought toys. And so first bill comes around, and I look at it and say, you know what? I'll pay it whenever I feel like it. First adulting was the W-2. I'm like, hold up, y'all got tax cheats in Congress, but handling me crazy. So your first W-2 was your I'm an adult moment? Yeah, I can see that. But dawg, but yeah, my cell phone, I was calling home, I was calling my friends, I was calling whatever, running up that bill. My first bill, I think it was somewhere north of $240. This was 99, 2000? Keep that in mind. So, yeah, I didn't pay the bill at all. They'll get the money when they get it. Yeah. Next month came around. I just remember this specific day. My phone, I grabbed my cell phone and I went to go call my cousin. And my phone was off. I'm not talking battery off. My phone was off. As in, no cell phone signal. And yeah, Yeah, my friends. Your boy did not have any call out privileges. I was on punishment until I had to pay them their money. That money was closer to $400 by the time I was done. Yeah, that was a very expensive welcome to adulting moment. I was fresh out of high school. The first pay stub was different because it was just a little bit at a time. But that W-2 showed the composite, and I was like, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me tell you something. Uncle Sam will get that money. Uncle Sam will get that money. In fact, I got a story about that. Now, keep in mind, my civilian work experience is not all that much. I went into the military right after high school, so all I know is basically government pay stubs and stuff. And everything was, by the time I got in, everything was direct deposit. So I remember one particular day, we got paid, I want to say around my time, it was about $900 a month for, when I was at the bottom of the barrel, if I may use the phrase. I was the low man on the totem pole. And I remember checking my account one day, and next thing I know, because you got paid in 2-week installments, right? I got paid the entire $900 in one installment, right? And thankfully, I had already heard the horror stories from firsthand accounts of first I was working for Uncle Sam, so as far as I'm concerned, he stole from Peter to pay Paul. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, no, that stunk. I can imagine that stunk, TD. No, I just remember a few of the guys in the shop telling me, like, they double paid me. They double paid me, and I spent it. So when the 15th came around and I ain't got no money and whatever, I was like, what in the heck is going on? And they kept telling me the story of the $0 check and whatever. So I look at my account and I got the full 900. I got paid the full 900 and whatever. And I'm like, something's not right about this. I'm happy for the money and whatever, but something just seemed fishy right about now and whatever. So I go back to work and I talk to my boss and I tell him about it. It's like, I just got paid $900 in one paycheck. This was the first. And he looks at me, he's like, okay, let me tell you what you do. You take half that money and you say that is your pay for these 2 weeks. The other half of your money, you don't touch that until the next 2 weeks. I'm telling you this now. I've seen way too many people run into this situation. And that is when they get the $0 check. And I'm like, okay, all right, okay. I'm gonna just follow your lead. I'm gonna do what you told me and whatever. So I think that was the first pay period outside of lunch. I didn't much buy anything because I was scared of that $0 check. I'm like, what is going to happen? I don't want to get caught. I don't want to look at my my bank account and it zeroes out because some foolishness happens and whatever. I don't want to be like, I had all this stuff going in my head. It's like, are they going to like zero out my account and I got no money for nothing and all this other stuff? and excuse me, and whatever. So I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here. I didn't buy any games as much as I wanted to. If it wasn't food, and even then, I think I just started going to the dining facility, aka the chow hall. And man, look, 15th came around. I looked at that pay, and lo and behold, that pay said $0. And I went back and talked to my boss. It's like, I got $0 on the 15th. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money that they gave you at the beginning? Still got it. Okay. All right. I believe you can breathe now. Because I think I still had $600 left and whatever. So he was like, okay, everything's fine. You out of the woods. But anytime you get what we call double paid, that is what you do. You split that payment in half and you leave it at that. Yeah, and I ended up paying my cell phone bill because this was after that debacle. And, to put a bow on the question of the day story, yeah. When I finally got everything put back on, my mom called me and her first words was, paid your bill, didn't you? Yes, ma'am. I felt so doggone ashamed. And she was like, welcome to being an adult. I told you, keep running up all this money. You're going to have to pay something. So, yeah, that was my adulting moment. But, see, on the DOD side, like, the DOD side is kind of closer to that hybrid of a government civilian type job or whatever. So it's not like the military, because ours, we know we're getting paid every month, blah, blah, blah. There is no, you got to work this many hours and all this other stuff like that and da-da-da-da-da. No, ours, in a manner of speaking, we get paid, if you want to look at it hourly, we get paid every hour we are in the military. Because even though it may be the weekend, we're still on call. So here we are. So on that end, it's not the first time I've heard some version of that, TD, from some of my civilian counterparts and stuff. Now, I'm not the most versed in it. I can tell you that much. Not necessarily the most versed in it, but juggling them taxes as a high school student, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Oh boy. But that was your adulted moment, man. Look, get that W-2 for the first time was wild. Mine, getting my W-2s, we had people who did their taxes, who was able to do your taxes and all those other stuff like that. And it was always funny when you would see a row of the lower ranking military cats, non-married, all this other stuff, no kids, nothing. And it's still my adulting moment. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, ours, I mean, it was funny, like, dealing with taxes here. Like, we would get to, like, I would go to, like, Jackson Hewitt or H&R Block or whatever the heck, right? To get them done. And it was always the same that, oh, not married, single. Yes, this is gonna be a cakewalk. I mean, it was almost like you're walking in to go pump gas, you're leaving. That's it. Nothing else. It was just sign here, sign here, sign here, sign here, sign here. This is your refund. Keep it easy. And whatever. So I did not have to really think about taxes my entire career because I was single with no kids my entire career. When I got married, first time taxes was getting done, all these, I think if memory serves me correctly, I think my wife was asking me like a bunch of different questions that I was normally not used to hearing. It just used to be, this is my this is my bank statement, this is my monthly pay and whatever, and I'm done. Like, I don't even know why we talking and whatever. So it's like, you know, there's another person in this house that you got to account for. It's like, wait, there's other questions besides this? So I think that's the closest to my re-adulting moment. Like, wait, what? So yeah. It doesn't shock me as much anymore, but there is that thought process of, I have to think more with my taxes than just walk up to Jackson Hewitt and go, this is my stuff, fix it. And that's it. I tried doing my taxes one year, and let me tell you something. I screwed up so bad that I was like, I had to send them $300 in taxes, and I was like, something's not right about this. So after I got done with all my shenanigans and figuring this stuff out and whatever, I went to the BX, and there was a tax professional that was there, and he looked at this. And he just kind of leaned to the side like, bro, what are you doing? Have you ever done taxes before? No. Normally I would say this because of my job and it helps business and all this other stuff like that, but I'm speaking to you man to man. I wouldn't try this again. Have you ever paid taxes before? Have you ever had to pay like April 15th taxes before? Nah. Has your pay changed all that much? Nah. So how did you get $300? I didn't carry the one? No, bro. You did not carry a lot of ones. In fact, you didn't add some zeros somewhere either. So, yeah. Tried doing it. I tried looking up how to do my taxes and whatever, and like my brain started melting. I'm like, nah, you know what? These taxes, my husband in a real place. You know the right on. Yes, indeed. You know what? I've been thinking, I look, I understand your husband's pain. I've been looking at this myself. Like, what can be a tax write-off? And all this other stuff because, look here, life post-retirement. Woo! I remember one of my old bosses told me this. He was like, I did my taxes. he's like, I did all my taxes. I got to pay this money. But I wait till the last day to actually pay this stuff, because when I see that money leave my account like that, it hurts. It hurts. It really does hurt. But anyway, that's enough out of that. We at the 35-minute mark in this part. We're halfway through Coffee Cup Friday, so everybody take a sip. Titi, what is in your coffee cup? What is legally in your coffee cup? Please don't have any back alley moonshine. But now the next thing that's on the list that I want to talk about is lunchtime. Lunchtime times. The length of lunch. And reason why I brought this up, like I said earlier, I've been thinking about my lunchtime, right? And how long my lunches have been, and how did I feel about each lunch period, right? And I started going through some of the stories that happened at lunch and whatever. Going back to, let's start here. Going back to my first base. That's where I had the double payments. That's why I had the cell phone issue and all this other stuff, right? So one of the things that crossed that I was reminded of was my first base. And we had a rule for lunch. Our lunch was technically 45 minutes, right? But we had another rule, we had another rule that we had to be back in a half hour. At least that was what was told to me. We had to be back in a half hour. And here's the problem. I didn't have a car. Okay. I did not bring lunches with me. I do kind of feel like it was a ploy for the younger people to raid the snack fund for lunch, which, look, I'm sorry. If your lunch is some honey buns, there's a problem. But I had a bicycle, okay? Not a racing bike. I had I guess you can say it was a mountain bike. Side note, I am a bit of a bike snob. My wife will attest to that. I am a bit of a bike snob. But yeah, I used to get on my bike and go to Burger King because I couldn't go to the chow hall because, one, chow hall was too far of a distance. It wasn't that far from my dorm room, but when you're looking at only a half hour to get there and back, granted after a while it changed, but a half hour to get there and back, there is no way in the world you're going to be able to go to the chow hall, and it might as well be on the other side of the base considering the transportation and the time you had. There was no way you was going to be able to go to the chow hall and be back in the shop in a half hour, right? So I had to go to Burger King. And by the time I got back, because the last 15 minutes were allowed for you to not only eat your food, but to get ready to get back on the job at the 45-minute mark. So I would go grab my stuff from Burger King, which was significantly closer to the shop, and come back in a half hour, inhale my food, and then be ready to go back to work. So for someone who he was away from home and so many things are going on at the same time and whatever, there was just so much that I had to process, right? But then, I was basically just inhaling food the entire time. So it wasn't until I think it wasn't until I got to leadership school, which was later on in my career, right? So if we're going chronologically, my first base in the Operational Air Force was Vandenberg, California. And being there for quite a few years with the quote unquote 45-minute lunchtime, I finally did get a car and it made things easier, but I was still going to Burger King because, again, even with the car, I did not trust them to get my food ready and done and being able to go through the line because everybody was going to the chow hall in time for me to be back to work. So even with the car, Burger King was a staple. Later on in my time in Vandenberg, I went to leadership school, which was pretty well standard, right? It was one of the things that you had to have before you start going into the middle management ranks of the Air Force. So anyway, I get there and I get to leadership school and we're kind of going through the opening things, going through our schedule and all sort of stuff like that. And we get to about 11 o'clock. This was the first time this happened. We get to about 11 o'clock and my instructor is like, okay, I will see you back here at 1 o'clock. I'm doing finger math at this point. It's like, wait, that's 2 hours. 2-hour lunch? Okay. So I tried, y'all. Now keep in mind, I think leadership school was like a month long, but the first week or so, it felt so weird because I had to go, when I left, my first thought was go to Burger King. And I got my food and I'm inhaling my food, right? And I'm sitting here for a while nobody's in the parking lot. Everybody's gone. What am I supposed to be doing? So I remember going back to my dorm room, and I just sat there on my couch in my room, and I turned on my Dreamcast. To those who remember Dreamcast, I turned on my Dreamcast, and I just remember sitting there what am I supposed to do? Because by the time I got done eating, I still had an hour and a half left. So I'm like, what am I supposed to do for the next hour and a half? Because my brain is still wired to hurry up and get back to work. I'm not supposed to be playing video games right now and whatever. What am I supposed to be doing? And I just kind of sat there. As my mom liked to say, like a bump on the log. And I think for a while, for the first week or so, I was praying for homework. Because I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing because I'm at work, but I'm not at work. And whatever. What am I supposed to be doing right now? And by the time we got probably midway through training, I was in my groove. So when we're done with leadership training and all this other stuff like that, and I go back to work, my brain is still on 2-hour lunch and whatever. Now, granted, by the time we got to the shop, by the time I got by that point in the shop time, they actually extended it to an hour lunch and whatever, but my brain was on 2 hours. So I still grabbed my stuff and came back to the shop, and I'm like, oh, I have a lot of time and whatever. So I'm gonna eat in the break room and then check my email. I think we had a computer upstairs that had some games on it and whatever. It's like, I'm just chill. Hey, I got nothing to do and whatever. I get done eating and all I hear is one of my coworkers is like, hey, it's time to go. Like, what do you mean it's time to go? I look at my watch. It's like, wait a minute. It's like 3 to 12. You still got another hour left. Oh, wait, right. I'm actually back at work now. Wonderful. So it took another 2 weeks to make that adjustment back from, going from panicking to hurry up and eat lunch to you got 2 hours to kill to not quite panicking, but your lunchtime has been cut in half. So to y'all, like, have y'all had like different lengths of lunch, and how do y'all handle different lengths of lunch? Like, what is y'all's go-to thing for, say, like, you only had, if y'all ever had this, like a half hour to under an hour lunch, a 1 hour lunch, or even a 2 hour lunch? Like, if y'all had these different levels of lunch, what was y'all's routine through it? And I'm putting this out in the chat, into the comments who watch this later. What is y'all's preferred lunch length? Me personally, give me an hour, because 2 hours is too long. And what really hit me was I was later on in my career, right? So we're closing in on nearly the 20-year mark, right? And I have to be the drug test monitor. To those who don't know, drug test monitor is basically the urinalysis monitor. So I get back to I get to the place or whatever. And just like in leadership school, they give me the schedule of this is what's going on. These are the people that's supposed to come, and these are the times that they're supposed to be here. We shut down everything at 11 o'clock. I got questions, but Nail would get rid of me. Oh boy. All right. Are we talking a Discord conversation, Tina? So, Tina, let me ask you this. What is your preferred lunch length? That's something that we'll start with. What is your preferred lunch length? But no, mine, yeah. So we got done with the 4 hours. That's half the workday, Tina. I can't do like. Well, let me say this. Let me. I'll finish my story now. I'll. Hopefully you'll understand why. But so we go through the schedule, and he's like, we take lunch at 11 o'clock. We get done with lunch at 1. Like, why? Well, because we got to go through all this paperwork and whatever. And since that's not your job, I don't really have a use for you. So go get lunch, go home, whatever. Okay. So At this point, I'm a little bit more prepared because I got a lot more seasoning in my career and whatever. So for the 2 weeks, I believe I was the drug test monitor, I would actually go home and cook. I got to the point to where I had one of those slow cookers and whatever. I would make spaghetti and meat sauce and stuff like that out of that. So what I would do in the morning was take the leftover sauce that I had, put it in the slow cooker, set it to warm, right? I would set it to warm, then go to work. Come back and it's nice and warm and all this other stuff like that and whatever. All I got to do is just make the noodles and there we go. We got spaghetti and meat sauce. I made myself a salad and all these other different things. For those 2 weeks, I did not go to Burger King or really any fast food joint. And I would just sit there, relax on my couch, or many times, there was a few times that in the, not Free Company, because I wasn't playing Final Fantasy 14 yet, but in my guild that I was in, I would actually tell people, hey, for these 2 weeks, I'm gonna have a long lunch, so if anybody wants to run daily dungeons with me, I'll be home probably by 11:30. Hit me up. And lo and behold, I started doing dailies and stuff during lunch. We would play PlanetSide 2, which is a game that I would kind of love to go back to at some point. But yeah, I was playing PlanetSide 2 and all of these other different things. PlanetSide 2, that's a whole different story for another day. But it felt so weird because it felt like I was just dragging out the day. That's why I was doing the dailies. That's why I was playing PlanetSide and all this other crap, because like I would take a nap and all of these other different things. But the problem was, by the time my lunchtime was over, and I remember I told my supervisor, I was telling my supervisor after a while, I was like, he finally asked me, so what'd you think about the 2 hour lunch? Like, to be honest, I don't even see why I keep coming. I don't see why I come back. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. 2 hours was too long. 2 hours was way too dang long. Well, it can't be helped. So, I mean, at least you get a nap. I know it's hard to get back in the car and come back to work. Like literally, I have done laundry at lunch. That was the only time in my entire career I've done laundry at lunch. Yeah. A couple of times during those 2 weeks I changed clothes and whatever. It's like I'm just at the 2 hour mark or two hour lunchtime mark. I'm just trying to find stuff to do. So TD, 4 hours. If 2 hours is too long for me, 4 hours, just ask for the day off at this point. Just ask for the day off. It's like if you need a 4 hour lunch, just go home. Just say, like, you understand the government concept of, leave time. I got a few hours of leave. Look, just ask for the rest of the afternoon off at that point, because that's 4 hours is essentially what you're doing. I mean, 4 hour lunchtime, that got to be a 12-hour shift. That has got to be a 12-hour shift. Woo! But what made me think of the lunchtime, though, honestly, was, again, talking to my wife. And she was telling me lunch in France and how much of a stark difference it was with lunch in France versus lunch here. And Like literally the 4-hour lunch when you would talk about, Teddy, it's like, from what, and I may be getting this wrong. I may be remembering this wrong for my wife, but it does feel like when lunchtime is over, or when lunchtime starts, they just shut everything off. It's like, I'm through. Like, I don't even know why we here. Like, I'm going home to go eat lunch, 5-course meal, whatever. My lunchtime is going to take me about 6 hours, so ain't no sense of me coming back to work. I will see y'all tomorrow. So that's what made me think of this particular question. Like, how does it feel to have certain lunches? And to those who watch this from different parts of the world, right? That's one thing I would love to know. What is... I do 8 hours. I care my leave. Look here. When you asking for 4 hours, just take the sick day. Just take the sick day, Tina. Woo! But I would love to see, like, that's what I'm looking for. I would love to see, like, other cultures. Like, what is, in the chat, in the comments, if, you know what, I would say non-American, but, you know, I would love to hear my non-American friends out here, whether you're from Canada or across the pond, across the ocean on the West Coast and stuff. What is the concept of lunch for you all? That's something I would love to hear. Like, what is the concept of lunch for you all? You know, let me know either in the comments while we're switching over to Mass Effect, or in the comments offline, or whatever. Let me know, because I got to hear this. I have to understand. I want to hear about this. Sick leave is for vacation. I've heard that. I've heard that quite a bit. But I just want to know, like, what is the concept of lunch for across the pond? You know, I would love to hear it. Another thing about that, which is funny for somebody like me, because I was in another person's stream, yucking it up in another person's stream earlier today. And somehow us in the chat got to talking about retirement and stuff. I think the question was, how's everybody's work day? Or are y'all off or whatever? And I was like, I'm retired. It's like, oh, so what is retirement like? And I got to thinking about it more and more now that I've had so much distance away from the time I was working to now as a retiree. It is that feeling of just finding something else to do and whatever, but in the beginning, it does feel like a very elongated lunch break, to where you're like, I'm supposed to be back at work. I'm supposed to be doing something. How long is this lunch break? It's almost like, in some ways, it almost felt like torture. Like, I'm supposed to be back at work, so you find things to do. And how I end up just getting to streaming was, I needed to do something different. So I streamed many times. I streamed right after my own lunch. You know, I still try my best to keep my same lunch hours between 11 and 1. and whatever. But even now, I am so far removed from basic training. I still do have that attitude of I don't eat my food, I inhale my food because I have other things that I have to do and whatever. So it's still some things that are still ingrained in you. It's still stuck with you. So it's weird. In some cases, almost a decade of retirement life, the lunchtime thing is still weird. It's kind of fluid because sometimes I may eat quote unquote lunch at 3, but lunchtime to me is, I want to call it sacred, but lunchtime is more ingrained in me than any other food part of the day, whether it's breakfast, whether it's dinner or supper like we have down here in the southern part of the United States. But yeah, the whole thought process of dinner and supper and whatever. Lunch to me is, if I have lunch, I'm good. That's just kind of how I've been ingrained. Give me lunch. If I can only eat one time a day, give me lunch. I can snack for dinner, but it's just mostly I'm snacking on something. I don't consider it necessarily dinner. Many times I will eat heavier at lunch than I do at dinner. So retirement life has kind of thrown that off because it almost feels like my lunchtime goes between 11 and 2, depending on what I'm doing. It can be, 11 o'clock is normally when I start looking at food. 2 o'clock is when I look at it like, okay, I'm probably just gonna eat later. If I don't have lunchtime, if I don't have my lunch, I'm just gonna end up eating later. So, but yeah, it's things when, and this goes out to anybody in the chat who's watching this and is looking at retirement from your own job. Those are little things that do creep up when you're retired. Like, you're so used to this one job, or you're so used to this one time for your lunch that it's that ingrained in you. But now with life being so free flowing as a retiree, it's almost like you have to adjust your hours because there's so many other things that's going on. Your life is a lot more fluid at this point. I'm not saying freer, no, fluid. Little things like that. And to those who work a job where you work with a uniform, and I'm not talking just military, but if your job, your career has you wearing a suit for X amount of hours a day. I remember one guy who had retired. I asked him some questions about, retired life and what to look out for and stuff like that. And one of the things he told me was, the weirdest thing for you that's going to happen is you're not going to know what to wear. You really are not going to know what to wear because you're so used to your uniform and whatever. You're going to be so used to your uniform as your daily clothes, whether it's your work uniform, whether it's your physical training uniform and stuff like that. You have uniforms basically for everything, and you're so used to it. And when you get out, that you've gotten to the point to where you have blocked off 12 hours out of your day that you already know what you're going to wear. You're going to have to figure out what to wear on a daily basis without that 10 or 12 hours that's there. And I had a boss that told me that he's like, sweatpants. I wear sweatpants. And outside of my uniform, I only wear sweatpants, like sweatpants, t-shirt, whatever. And I thought about it for a while. And even to this day, it's basketball shorts. When it's colder, windbreaker pants, stuff like that, because my brain can't process, oh, we got to go do this, got to do, you know, da da da. My brain cannot process, like, I have to, well, you got to wear this for this, and this for this, and this for this. My brain is wired to, I have to have, even in my closet now, I have these things called uniforms. And it's certain segments of clothes that I wear that, okay, we're going to this place, then these are my uniforms for this. I have different parts of my closet that have different quote unquote uniforms. And whatever, to streamline my life. Because even when I'm over here streaming, my hats are kind of like my uniform. And I have different hats for different things, right? Like y'all saw the N7 hat, that's for N7 day, or when I'm dealing with more space stuff. Eventually I'm going to be playing Starfield, and I'm probably going to end up wearing the N7 hat for most of my Starfield stuff. Whatnot, you know, even the blue on this particular hat, I use that for Mass Effect and whatever. So it's less things that I have to think about and whatever. Even the neck pillow is part of my uniform that I tend to forget, yes, but it's an auxiliary part of my uniform. So it is, it's weird when I think about it. But yeah, like the first couple of years, I probably say, to be honest, probably say the first 4 or 5 years of retirement felt like a very long lunch break, grasping at straws of what to do before I quote unquote go back to work. And me streaming does feel like I'm going back to work. My lunch break, quote unquote, is over and whatever. So yeah, when you start talking about these extra long lunch breaks, I don't know if I could do it. I don't know. I do not know if I could do it. It's either I'm on work, short lunch, or standard lunch, shall I say, or we go lunch and we go home. So, last thing I want to talk about though before we head up out of here is, speaking of taking lunch and going home, Friday workday routines, like Friday workflows. Out there in the chat, what's a typical work day on Friday? Like, do y'all have, okay, we're winding down everything at work. Like once you take care of these jobs, take care of these jobs before lunch and whatever, if you take care of these and you have the room to do it, or the workload has been officially turned down and stuff like that, after lunch, we chilling, right? We clean up the shop and whatever, and we kind of mostly we wait for emergencies and whatever. So, like case in point, in Korea, when I was in Korea, guys would play, you had a section of the shop that would play bones, dominoes, which I wouldn't really partake in because I'm a terrible dominoes player. Some would play spades, which I am equally as bad as that. And then others, we had an Xbox that was upstairs, And a lot of us would end up playing like Halo, which oddly enough, Halo, I was better at Halo than I was at Bones and Spades. And I was terrible at Halo. So, yeah, we would sit around and just play like Halo and stuff like that after lunch, or when I got to other different bases, we would hoop, right? We would hoop. We had a basketball goal in the backyard or in the back of the shop and stuff like that, and we would hoop there. There were some guys on some Fridays that would play Super Smash and whatever, but it's like toning down the Friday, you know. And it's actually one of the reasons why I set up certain times when I would stream on Fridays, because of such things, you know, helping people tone their stuff down, kind of, okay, it's the weekend, you know. Personally, my hope is with this stream, when you see me go live, it's like, oh, the weekend has started. Tyrone is on and whatever, because that's kind of how I felt with a lot of things. When somebody started bringing out the ball, or when you would start hearing Super Smash start playing, or when somebody would bring out dominoes and stuff, it's like, oh, okay. Day's done, right? So long as we clean up the shop, make sure all the trucks were gassed up and ready to go for Monday, or whoever's on standby and stuff, we're good. So for y'all, you know, for y'all out there, like, what is a typical work Friday for y'all? And I'm talking even now, you know, to those even who was retired, what was Friday like for y'all? Was it, especially Friday after lunch, was it a tone down, or was it still business as usual? Because yeah, if there was an emergency that happened, yeah, all that forget the bones and whatever, that went out the window and whatever. But if it was a chill Friday, unless there was an emergency, we chilling, because we done work hard this week. It's time to relax, you know. But anyway, I believe that is it out of me for Coffee Cup Fridays. I am going to take a short break, going to feed the pupper and whatnot. But when we come back, it is going to be time for the Mass Effect Protocol. We head out to Tachanka to go help out Morden, which, it's always by. It is always going to be by. So, Pupper's chilling. It is almost time for the puppies' food time. So I'm gonna go ahead, feed the dog and whatnot, stretch, and the rest of that, and we will be back. We're gonna help out Morden. Tachanka sounds like Wakanda. Yeah, it may sound like Wakanda TD, but let's just say it's going to be vastly different. But anyway, it is going to be absolutely vastly different. And you'll understand. So we will be helping out Morden to go help his homeboy, which I don't know why he always surrounds himself with homeboys that always get themselves in trouble. And then we get to go to, we get to take Grunt with us for some version of a coming of age ceremony or something. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be harmless. I need variance in your CT. I like to keep things somewhat standard. You know, I can't be having this. This isn't my life in Korea. You know, there's certain things I can't be drinking no more. There's just certain things in this life I am not allowed to be drinking, my friend. I don't live like that no more. But anyway, I believe that is going to be it, my friends. I do have a new Be Right Back screen that I'm working on. So y'all check that out. Relax yourselves. A toast to everybody in the chat, everybody in the comments, whoever watches this later, and whatever. This has been Coffee Cup Fridays. I will holla at y'all later. Or at least I'll holla at y'all in a couple of minutes. Y'all keep it easy. Alrighty. That's better. Okay. The mic is back on. Pupper is being fed as we speak. And we are back with the second part of this. I'll text your wife a recipe. Dee Dee, what is it that you trying to get to me? What is you trying to put in my cup? So, where were we? All right, so apparently last time Grunt was pacing around. We did finally let him out the tank, but he's been pacing around wondering what the heck is going on and whatever. So since we're heading to Chichanka anyway, let's start off by talking to Grunt.
Chambers said you're tearing up the place. Something wrong?
Something is wrong, Shepard. I feel wrong. Tense. I just want to kill something. With my hands. More so than usual. Like it's not my choice. Like I just want to... I don't know.
Yo!
See? Why do that? What's wrong?
Okeer didn't imprint anything to help you figure this out?
I see pictures of old battles. Voices of warlords. But this is a blood haze in my head. I want control. When we're moving, fighting, I focus. But here, my blood screams, my plates itch. And even you are just noise. I'm tank-born. What is this?
Edie, anything in your files about Krogan diseases that could cause
It's
it?
puberty!
Cerberus has a number of autopsies on file, but nothing on a living Krogan of this age and situation. Krogan are reluctant to share medical records.
My people were defeated by doctors and labs. They will never let stuff like that leave the home world to Chunka.
Joker can get us to the Krogan homeworld. I need everyone at their best.
Thank you, Shepard. I don't like this. Fury is my choice, not a sickness.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Had to get the dog situated. Alrighty, so we already have Morden. So now we are just off to Tachanka. And TD, you did say Tachanka sounds a lot like Wakanda. You're about to see exactly how different that is. Which I just noticed this. They placed Tachanka not far from the local cluster and not far from the Citadel. So, in a manner of speaking, excuse me, the Krogans might as well be our next door neighbors. All right, and whew, down we go. My friend, you are about to understand the life of a Krogan. So let's see. All right, so we'll take this. Well, might as well go ahead and take Morden too, since we're here for both. Now, I vaguely remember some of this. That's right. I was keeping these. Did I switch back to the? Yeah, I switched back to the Maddock. And Morden has the Locust. TD, this is Tachanka. A place that has basically been nuked to near oblivion.
Stop right there, alien.
Yo, hold on, partner. We ain't got to come to bloodshed.
The clan leader wants to speak with you. Keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right soon or put him down.
Do you know what's wrong with him? What he needs?
There's nothing wrong with him. Just go speak to the clan leader.
Yes. It's puberty. It's simply puberty.
Take your business to the clan leader and keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right soon or put him down.
Just let me by. I have business to take care of.
Out of my way, boy.
Someday we'll get off this rock and show those Turians who's boss.
You know what? I got a better idea. Hold on. Hold on. I know. I thought I saw something. All right, Crest new squad member. I'm gonna keep Grunt and bring Garrus, because I vaguely remember what happens here.
If you're looking for work, you're shouting down the wrong hole. The Blood Pack only recruits Krogan.
I don't want to join your blood pack. I ain't got time for you, partner. I do not have time for you, baby.
Erdnot clan reports use weak encryption. I see references to a captured Solarian in the logs of the Chief Scout. Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's problem.
Weak encryption, but apparently high enough security. Okay. Just saw something for Tachanka. Where was it?
This is the great Krogan homeworld. This is the land of Kredok, Shiagar, and Vio. This chunk of rock is barely worth standing on. Never thought I'd miss the tank.
See, you see, Grunt, it's because yous is bougie. You ain't a real Krogan, apparently.
Hold. You must wait till the clan leader summons you. He is in talks.
You know what tradition demands. Clan Urdnot must respond. Your reforms will not go unopposed. You risk appearing weak at a critical time.
Shepard.
Out of my way, son. Out of my way, boy.
Excuse me.
I'm a VIP.
Out of my... Shepard. My friend. You look well for dead, Shepard. Should have known the Void couldn't hold you.
Looks like helping me destroy Saren and the Geth has worked out for you. Glad we didn't have to kill each other on Vermeer.
You made the rise of Urdnot possible. Vermeer was a turning point for the Krogan, though not everyone was happy about it. Destroying Saren's genophage cure freed us from his manipulation. I used that to spur the clans to unify under Urdnot.
You abandoned many traditions to get your way. Dangerous.
Weak one spoken to, Uvenk. I'll drag your clan to glory whether it likes it or not.
Ow.
Now, Shepard, what brings you here? How's the Normandy?
That is a way to get somebody's attention.
Destroyed in the Collector surprise attack. I ended up spaced.
Well, you look good. The benefits of a redundant nervous system.
Yeah. Humans don't have that.
Oh, it must have been painful then. But you're standing here, and you've got a strong new ship. Takes me back to the old days. Us against the unknown, killing it with big guns. Good times.
Sounds like you've got big changes ahead for the Krogan.
We are making a neutral ground where all clans are welcome. Fertile females can be shared among clans. We will strengthen the race as a whole.
You threaten everything that makes us strong. It will not last.
Maybe. Until then, you're lucky to be a part of it.
You know, now playing that the second time, you know what? I'm not going to go any further.
How do you maintain security with so many different clans in one place?
Any clan willing to send in hostages can come in. No fighting inside the camp. Each clan punishes its own criminals. We stop conflicts before anyone dies. Then we present a simple choice. Pay a fine and deal with your problems, or your clan is no longer welcome.
That doesn't sound very harsh by Krogan standards.
Allies from other clans like what I'm doing. They help deal with skeptics. Many are eager for an outlet. Every time I've declared a clan unwelcome, my allies have destroyed them.
Oof.
Word gets around.
That sounds like, I won't exactly say mob mentality, but oh boy.
What's so important about maintaining individual clans?
Every clan has different customs, rites of passage, rules of behavior, battle songs, all unique. That diversity makes us great. No clan, not even mine, was meant to survive on its own.
Urdnot is the leading clan. Doesn't that make your culture primary?
For now. But every clan has its unique assets. The best tacticians are Urdnot. Chorgal has the longest breeding line. Gatatog holds the oldest settlement. Others have their own strengths. We keep going how we are. The clans will end up as craters under nuclear haze. Even Urdnot. We need to rethink. Restart.
What do the women of Clan Urdnot think about this plan?
It was our female clan leader's idea. The neutral area is safe, and it encourages more female clans to ally with us. Attacks on Erdnot now endanger the females of all clans. Even clans that want to see me dead will defend Clan Erdnot.
Your women have their own clan structure?
Nothing is more valuable than a fertile female. We know it. They know it. They isolate themselves for their own protection. We work together to set up breeding alliances. I can hardly do anything without clan leader Yuta's approval.
This is a weird, very weird. I don't know if weird is the right word, but I understand I guess I kind of understand the situation that they're in, because the genophage is siphoning their population one by one, and whatever, it's a rough situation. And basically the females have a ton of influence in this situation, if I may use the phrase.
I hope that works well for your people. But back to the reason I'm here.
We don't often allow aliens to do business on Tuchanka, but you're an exception.
Yes. That's because I'm not an alien, I'm Shepard.
I'm looking for a Solarian. He was captured by the Blood Pack and brought here.
My scout commander can direct you. He's probably near the perimeter running target practice. Don't take too much of his time. I need a constant watch on the other clans.
That's not surprising.
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
Where are you from, whelp? Was your clan destroyed before you could learn what is expected of you?
I have no clan. I was tank bred by Warlord Okir. My line distilled from Kredok, Moro, Shiagar.
You recite warlords, but you are the offspring of a syringe.
I am pure Krogan. You should be in awe.
Kier's a very old name. A very hated name.
He is dead.
Of course. You're with Shepard. How could he be alive?
Wait, is my reputation that bad that, you know, first the dude in Omega is like, things blow up when you're around, and now Rex is like, oh, Akir's dead? That's not surprising. Shepard's around. Am I that bad?
I need Grunt back up to speed. What's wrong with him?
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming a full adult.
Adolescence? Can't we just take him to Omega and buy?
Garrus?
I don't care what aliens call it. Krogan undergo the rite of passage.
Too far, Rex. Your clan may rule, but this thing is not Krogan.
Idiot. So, Grunt, do you wish to stand with Erdnot?
What does the rite of passage require?
Not for me to say, Shepard. The shaman will discuss that.
You'll let a tank-bred Krogan join Clan Erdnot?
Only because he's with you. After all, you and I killed thousands like him. Not quite as big, but many. Clan Erdnot is strong, and the others will do as I say. They see the benefit of my vision.
What happens if he doesn't do this rite of passage?
If he was left here, he would be killed. The clanless are not respected. A tank bred, probably more so.
Oof.
His disposition is what it is, right or no. That's just him being a Krogan. Okir didn't tell you that in the tank. Did he, boy?
This is so weird because, if memory serves me correctly, Grunt's voice actor is Steve Bloom. And hearing anybody call a character that he voices boy It's so weird because I've listened to this man's voice. Like, voice acting wise, Steve Bloom is under Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime, in my mental Rolodex. And when I hear, again, somebody else call him, didn't he, boy? That's just so weird. This would almost be like, I forget his name, but the guy who does the voice for Kratos. Somebody else calling the character that he voices, boy. It's just weird.
This is his choice.
It is in my blood. It is what I am for.
Good boy. Speak with the shaman. He's over on the second level. Give him a good show and he'll set you on the path. You too, Shepard. How many times have you stepped in a mess for your crew?
Well.
Good to see you, Rex. Sure you can't come with us?
Wish I could. But I need to keep these short-sighted fools in line. Hunt well, Shepard.
Too bad, Rex. Because, you know, we could use an adult on the crew. All right, so first off, let us go. I'm not doing the gambling stuff.
Watch it, human.
At first I thought it was a waste of ammunition just to kill incoming vermin. Now, I think if these Urdnot can pinpoint such small mammals with these guns, they'll make short work of an incoming invasion force.
Yeah?
What do you want, human? Rex told me to be polite. He didn't say you were going to talk to me.
I'm looking for a Solarian. The Blood Pack captured him and he was last seen around here.
I heard about that Solarian. Poor bastard. If it's Blood Pack, then Clan Weirlock has him. Sent one of my scouts to check it out, but he never reported back. Guess they got him, too. Chief told me to give you one of the trucks. Just follow the highway to Weirlock's base, if you've got the quads to deal with him in the Blood Pack.
What can you tell me about Clan Weirlock's base?
Last I heard, the clan was holed up in an old hospital. I haven't seen it, though. I've only seen Clan Weirlock from a distance. If I'd gotten closer, I'd have taken a shot. You get inside, though, bring a big gun. Weirlock's base is crawling with Blood Pack.
That doesn't sound too defensible. Why'd they hole up there?
Any hospital on Tachanka has to be built well enough to withstand a bunch of enraged Krogan. When an injury forces us to switch over to secondary organs, things get messy.
Yeah, that's true.
Higher thought processes don't always transition properly. Blood rage, they call it.
That is very true. How structurally sound would a hospital have to be to have these big lummoxes going mad
Any idea
in
what
it?
they're doing with the Solarian?
I assume they wanted to torture him. You don't take somebody home just to kill them. It's messy. Maybe he pissed off the Blood Pack, and they brought him here for special treatment. No skin off my hump what they'd do with him. One less alien on Tachanka.
You don't seem to have much love lost for aliens.
Don't get your quads in a twist. If I was gonna kill you, you'd know it. Rex believes we need to unite the Krogan people. I don't think we can do that with off-worlders interfering, but it's not my call.
There is a longer conversation that I would have time for with that line, but one day I'll come back to that.
What's Clan Weirlock's reputation, and how are they involved with the Blood Pack?
Tough humps, and they're not friendly like we are. You ever run into the Blood Pack? Mercenary gang. Clan Weirlock started it. One of the only gangs with an off-world presence. They're fanatics, totally devoted to Werlock Guld. Whatever they did with your Solarian, Guld's behind it.
What makes Guld so special?
He's got 2 children. One of them is a girl. Some people think he's got a destiny. Not me. I had a cousin who won 20 consecutive games of Quasar. Lucky bastard. I'd ask my cousin for a loan, but I wouldn't swear allegiance to him. Luck. That's all it is. Same for Guld.
I can understand a bit more now because, again, he has a girl. Females are highly valued in Krogan society with the genophage.
But the Blood Pack has non-Krogan members, like Vorcha.
Ha! The Vorcha. They're just like the Varen, only they can use guns and don't crap on the floor as often. The Krogan are the only real members of the Blood Pack. Anyone else is just there to soak enemy fire.
What makes Guld so special?
He's got 2 children. One of them is a girl, not me.
Okay,
I'd ask my
that
cousin for a loan, but I wouldn't swear allegiance to him.
All right, let's get up out of here.
That's all it is.
So, chat, how is everybody this Friday? I hope you all are doing well. Once again, I appreciate those who stopped by for Coffee Cup Friday earlier. Let's see. Who do I bring? Who did I decide to bring? I think these 2 are the only 2 non-loyalty people that I have left. So I am gonna go take those 2. I only brought Garrus because I was wondering if Rex was gonna say something about Garrus being there. Seeing this truck make me miss the Mako. Still my favorite truck in this series. Still one of my favorite vehicles in video games. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who came through for Coffee Cup Friday earlier. And yucking it up about lunchtime, but I'll say it again to those who are new.
One down.
Okay. And also let me know if the audio levels are out of balance for y'all, so I can fix those. My audio balance is always in flux, and I'm learning what works and what doesn't, but you know, it probably would be smart if...
Killed that one. Killed that one.
All right, cool. Appreciate you, TD. Go back to Inferno ammo. Adds Vorcha. Come on. Ow!
I'll put them down!
And cook this man. But yeah, like I said, I appreciate y'all coming through for Coffee Cup Friday earlier, talking about lunchtime routines, Friday routines. Go back and check out the earlier part of the video or whatever. And I did ask a few questions as to how some of y'all deal with longer lunches. And some of my escapades.
Here, enjoy.
in having a longer lunch. Not today. Cook this man. Okay, anything else around here? Nope.
Hostile.
Ah, crud.
I'll put them down.
Oh, thanks, Grunt. Cook him!
Flammable or inflammable. Forget which. Doesn't matter.
Dang it, Morden. Flammable or inflammable. Doesn't matter. They all will be on fire. Take that. And you take that.
Killed that one.
All right, Morden, why are you just using the pistol? We have the locust for a reason. Ah!
Gonna blow.
Ow. Okay, I have a different, for my Mass Effect fans out there, or really for anybody, because this does kind of pertain to anybody. Morden, this is the second time in this game we have had to help one of Morden's homeboys. Which does lead me to a question. Do y'all have that homeboy that you always got to get out of trouble? Anything else over here? Nope. Okay. Manifold love. Why am I singing Euro beats? Let's see. Ah, finally, the ground first. Now, granted, I would never put the fuse in next. Electrical tip.
Repurposed Krogan Hospital. Sturdy, built to withstand punishment.
Yeah? Oh, snap.
That body, human. Need to take a look. Sores, tumors, ligatures showing restraint at wrists and ankles, track marks for repeated injection sites. Test subject, victim of experimentation.
I don't suppose there's a way to tell who this poor bastard was?
No tattoos or ID. Maybe slave or prisoner, maybe merc or pirate. Irrelevant now. Clearly part of Krogan tests to cure genophage. Humans useful as test subjects. Genetically diverse. Enables exploration of treatment modalities.
Saying using humans is wrong. That is a definite self-centric thing. I don't like it. I hate it, to be honest. But I'm human. But at the same time, I'll probably have more of the attitude of, let's find out this genetic diversity. I'm information gathering this time instead of being accusatory.
How are humans more genetically diverse?
More variable. Peaks and valleys, mutations, adaptations, far beyond other life. Makes humans useful test subjects. Larger reactions to smaller stimuli.
I know we can look much different from each other, but Asari have a wide range of skin tones.
No, ignore superficial appearance, down to genetic code. Biotic abilities, intelligence levels. Can look at random Asari, Krogan, make reasonable guess. Humans, too variable to judge. Outliers in all species, of course. Geniuses, idiots. But human probability curve offers greater overall variety.
That's something I'm gonna have to look into further, because that's weird.
What can you tell about their experiments from looking at the body?
Position of tumors suggests deliberate mutation of adrenal pineal gland, modifying hormone levels, counterattack on glands hit by genophage. Clever.
Do you think they're close to curing the genophage?
Can't say. Need more data. Conceptually sound, though. Genophage alters hormone levels, could repair damage with hormonal counterattack.
So I'm wondering if... I wonder if they're doing some version of a genetic transplant using human DNA. Because it did say earlier about using the genophage attacking certain parts of, for lack of a better phrase, the Krogan reproductive system, but in a way using not necessarily just human parts, but human genetic material. I wonder how much that would alter the genophage, because it was, from what I'm gathering, excuse me, it was built to stop Krogan reproduction. How about using a completely different species?
Wouldn't something native to Tuchanka work better? Varen, maybe?
Yes, human experiments strictly high-level, concept testing. Native Tuchanka fauna likely used later in development stages. Wise to delay use of Varen until necessary. Powerful bite.
That makes sense. At the same time,
Now we've got 2 reasons to shut this place down.
Focus on Malin. Too late to help the dead.
I understand what they're trying to do, but again, at the same time, y'all get too many ideas of using humans, y'all won't be too different than the collectors.
I am the speaker for Clan Werlock, Offworlders. You have shed our blood. By rights, you should be dead already. But Werlock Gold, the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered that you be given leave to flee and spread the message of our coming.
If I flee, I might trip over the dozen Krogan I killed to get here. I think I'll take my chances.
You killed our youngest and weakest human. They were not worthy of remaining near our glorious work. Inside, you will find only hardened, blood-packed veterans, tempered by savagery and war, and dedicated to one goal. The Solarian will cure the genophage, and Clan Werlock will spread across the galaxy in a sea of blood.
Appears they discovered Malin's work. Unfortunate.
It doesn't have to happen like this. I can understand wanting to cure the genophage.
No, human, you understand nothing! You have not seen the piles of children that never lived. The Krogan were wronged. We will make it right, and then we will have our revenge!
Righting a wrong, I can understand, but also at the same time, this is fanaticism at this point. Like, I would hate to be in this situation. On either end of the situation.
Half the galaxy sees the Krogan as victims. If you start a war, you'll lose their support.
We have the Blood Pack, and we have the Solarian. When our clan numbers in the millions, we will not need support.
When we cure the genophage, Warlock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will
You talk too much.
See? The human cannot hit a simple target.
Really? I never miss. Cook this man!
The blood pack will avenge me!
Barbecue this food. For the good of the people, like I said last week.
Again charging!
All right, that linebacker. Ain't gonna happen this time, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, I need ammo. There is no ammo around
Lab's
here.
likely through there. Can smell antiseptic. Hint of dead flesh.
Just get us there.
You talk too much. That was an old song back in the day that used to go that way. You talk too much. You never shut up. I say you talk too much. Homeboy, you never shut up. I haven't thought about that song in years. Found some iridium.
Active console may contain useful data. One moment. Genetic sequences. Hormone mutagens still steady. Protein chains, live tissue, clone tissue. Very thorough. Standard treatment vectors. Avoiding scorched earth immunosuppressants to alter hormone levels. Good. Hate to see that.
Burr?
Most people wouldn't be so casual about developing a sterility plague, Morden.
Developing, modifying, much more difficult, working within confines of existing genophage, 100 times the complexity. Errors unacceptable, could cause total sterility, malignant tumors, could even reduce effectiveness, worse than doing nothing. Had to keep Krogan population stable, 1 in 1,000, perfect target, optimal growth. Like gardening.
You're saying you were working just as hard to keep their population from falling?
Yes, could have eradicated Krogan, not difficult. Increased mutation to degrade genetic structure further. Chose not to. Rachni extinction tragic, didn't want to repeat. All life precious. Universe demands diversity.
This is one thing I love, so far I love about this game. There are so many things you can go back to. Like, one day I'm gonna go through a lot of these loyalty missions and just do a bit more of a deeper dive into the morality, because unlike in one, I'm gonna give you a little bit of my mental thought process about this. So let's go back to Morden, the guy at the front of the screen, not Curtis, but Morden's background. In a manner of speaking, he helped develop a genetic altering system, if I may use the phrase, to where it nerfed the population growth of Tachanka, of the Krogan, right? Because their numbers were getting out of control, and considering how destructive the Krogan can be, in a manner of speaking, they were looking out for, the other races were looking out for themselves, because an overpopulation of Krogan is bad news for everybody else, for every other race, humans included. And if you remember from the map earlier, the Krogan homeworld isn't that far from Earth. So they did that to cull or to slow down significantly the Krogan birth rate. Unfortunately, it's not like a law that says you can only have one child and whatever. This is genetic altering to where there is a very low chance that a full-grown birth will be successful. So there's a lot of Krogan trauma because of that, especially after, with the Rachni Wars, the Krogan were called upon because of their birth rate to destroy the Rachni. So if you remember in Mass Effect 1, Rex said they called on us to take down the Rachni, and as in thanks, they neutered us. Like literally neutered us. The Krogan have been trying to cure the genophage. Apparently, humans are very genetically diverse, and they might have the key to curing said genophage. You also have to remember one thing about Morden. Morden is a scientist, and we've talked about this before, about scientists wants to see the growth of technology. They're not exactly too big on humans. So many things are so black and white and whatever. He is traumatized by this whole genophage too, because he had to build a second genophage, a modified version of the genophage. But he also did say, you know, I did this to save the Krogan population, but also to provide a balance. It's almost like, if you think of Morden is almost like a scientific version of Thanos from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is his version of balance. Is it foul? Yes. And the only reason why I'm kind of dancing around the topic is because I do want to talk about this more in depth later. And I want to process it through my own head without so much of feeling. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why they talking crazy about humans, because you have to remember, TD, these are a bunch of alien species who have been around longer, who have been in space a heck of a lot longer, looking at humans as something new. Yeah, looking at humans as something new, something higher on the genetic diversity scale, and at the fact of humans have been coming in running roughshod in so far in this game. Like, the humans they've destroyed the Reapers. So the Reapers are sitting there looking at, if we destroy Shepard, then the other people will fall. Then they're now on the council. So they have basically a one-up on these races who have lived for over 1,000 years and all these other different things. Humans just show up like the new kid on the block and say, we taking it to the top of the charts. And I don't care what y'all think. So there is some fear of humanity. So, in a manner of speaking, if they can bulldoze their way into the top of the food, or well, to the higher levels of the food chain, the Krogan are like, well, heck, maybe humans are just dogged enough that they can just bulldoze through the genophage and cure us. So in a manner of speaking, if they can use human genetic material and almost be, part human, they'll do it. And to be honest with you, and I'm just spitballing here, if the Krogan, and I'm only going by to those who might be watching this and have played all the games and stuff. This is my 1.5 playthrough. So, and I've never beaten 3 or Andromeda, so I don't know what happens in the future. But up to this point in the game, from what I gather from it, if the Krogan could say that giving birth to a half human would cure the genophage, they would. So that's kind of why they're looking at humans like they are that dude. They are that species. If we can't breed with them, then we'll just use their genetic material. We'll use a genetic transplant to save it. So there's a lot.
What was it like working on the genophage modification project?
Best years of my life. Wake up with ideas, talk over breakfast, experiments all morning. Statistical analysis in afternoon, run new simulations during dinner, set data runs to cook overnight. Laughter, ego, argument, passion, galaxy's biggest problem, massive resources thrown at us. Got anything we wanted.
Do you keep in touch with your old team members?
No. All changed with deployment. Made test drop on isolated Krogan clan, hit rest of Tuchanka when results were positive. End of project. Separate ways. Watching it end, watching birth rates drop. Personal. Private. Not appropriate for team.
That's another thing. Like, as jacked up as that genophage thing may be, there's a camaraderie there. You're trying to solve a problem. You have the backing for it. Any idea that pops into your head, you know, it's like working on the problem with unlimited funds. And it's like, when it's done and you drop it and you see the success of that project, then it hits you of what have we done? And nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody even wants to bring it up. I think what Morden is talking about is when he's saying the best years of his life, he is like the study of new sciences. The hard problems. It's like, to those who've played other games like your MMOs or whatever, when you're trying to theory craft how to beat a certain boss in whatever, and you're not just using Google, you just use whatever you know of, whatever's in your toolkit. Let's try this way, let's try that way. You're arguing with your people and whatever. I remember in FF11, we used to do that. Going to message boards, trying to figure out, you know, different ways to build your characters, armor sets, tactics, all these other different things. It wasn't like, oh, I can watch a YouTube video. Everything was different people on message boards. And it was great because when you finally did it, when you finally succeeded, It's one of the best moments of your life. The euphoria was there. Just in this case, this would be the equivalent of Oppenheimer in many cases. Learning nuclear, atomic material and all these other different things. And it's like you're stretching your mind to the limit. And then when you're done, you take a step back and realize we just built humanity's way to destroy itself. Nobody wants to talk about it.
Sounds like you were pretty important. How'd you go from that to running a clinic on Omega?
Wanted to heal people. Good use of last decade. Something easy. No ethical concerns. Understand rationale for modified genophage. Right choice. Still hard to sleep some nights.
Yeah. Yeah. It's another thing to keep this in mind. When you do things, quote unquote, for the good of the people. Like, we talk about this. Let's go on something a bit more of a lighter note. We talk about this with football. And I remember somebody said this about, why don't the head coach just go for it on fourth down? It's like, because you have to answer for it. And I remember one particular game, Bill Belichick went for it. I forget what game it was, but he went for it on fourth down, failed, and they killed this man over it. And that was when the guy said to all you people who think NFL coaches should be treating this like Madden and go for it on fourth down and whatever, you have to remember, there's a lot of money riding on these games, a lot more than you would get winning a tournament or being on the Madden bus. You're gonna have to answer for it, from the media, from the owner, from the GM, from the players, and everything else. That's what Morton has to deal with. And as a veteran, those sleepless nights, I understand. Just the sleepless nights part, I understand.
How can you agree with using the genophage, Morton? Look at what happened to Tuchanka as a result.
State of Tuchanka not due to genophage. Nuclear winter caused by Krogan before Salarians made first contact. Krogan choices. Refuse truce during Krogan rebellions. Expand after Rachni wars. Splinter after genophage. Genophage medical, not nuclear. No craters from virus. Damage caused by Krogan, not Salarians, not me.
So if the Krogan banded together and formed a united government, you'd welcome that?
Yes. United Krogan saved Galaxy. Destroyed Rachni. Genophage not punishment. Simply alters fertility to correct for removal from hostile environment.
As much as I'm trying to ride with you on this and trying to stay neutral, Morton, I'm gonna have to call you on this one.
The effects on Tuchanka are still your responsibility. You upgraded the virus that kept them in barbarism.
Krogan committed war crimes. Refused to negotiate. Turian defeat not complete. Krogan could have recovered, attacked again. Conventional war too risky. Krogan forces too strong. Genophage was only option. Krogan forced genophage, us or them. No apologies for winning. Wouldn't have minded peaceful solution.
Only thing I can say is matter of perspective.
We're not gonna find Malin staring at consoles. Come on.
That is the main part of all this, just matter of perspective.
Dead Krogan, female. Tumors indicate experimentation. No restraint marks. Volunteer. Sterile Werelock female willing to risk procedures. hoped for cure. Pointless. Pointless waste of life.
I didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
What? Why? Because of genophage work? Irrelevant. No. Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan, never killed with medicine. Her death not my work, only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
As usual, nobody necessarily told the Krogan about that.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this. Did you come to Tachanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon missions. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accept it as necessary. See small picture. Remind myself why I run a clinic on Omega. Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
I didn't expect spirituality from you, Morden.
Genophage modification project altered millions of lives, then saw results. Ego, humility, juxtaposition, frailty of life, size of universe. Explored religions after work completed. Different races. No answers. Many questions.
Sounds like you were trying to deal with your guilty conscience. The doctor who killed millions.
Modified genophage project great in scope. Scientifically brilliant. But ethically difficult. Krogan reaction visceral, tragic. Not guilty, but responsible. Trained as doctor, genophage affects fertility, doesn't kill. Still, caused this. Hard to see big picture behind pile of corpses.
Can you really just rationalize it all away? How do you justify it?
Wheel of life. Popular Solarian concept. Similar to human Hinduism in focus on reincarnation. Appealing to see life as endless. Fix mistakes in next life. Learn, adapt, improve. Refuse to believe life ends here. Too wasteful. Have more to offer. Mistakes to fix. Cannot end here. Could do so much more.
Here's another thing to keep in mind, y'all. Solarian lifespan is very short. If memory serves me correctly, it's somewhere between 40 and 60 years. That's why they come across as sounded like they're high on caffeine.
If you need this much soul searching to get over it, maybe the genophage was wrong.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations, effects of Krogan population increase, all pointed to war, extinction, genophage or genocide. Save galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from galaxy.
And this is the point. This is the other thing. As much as you want to feel sorry for the Krogan, Krogan were not going to necessarily stop. They got a sniff of the outside world, so they're going to keep going. And considering how they lived in their own planet quite a while, they would have come to Earth and forget the Reapers. We wouldn't have been here for it. Krogans could have very well turned the entire galaxy into a war zone. So he's right. It is ethically difficult. So speaking as a human, you can point fingers all day. Excuse me. Speaking as a bleeding heart, you can point fingers all day, but at the same time, I don't know if I could agree with him, but it's a tough pill to swallow. Because this is a tough thing to debate. Because in a way, he's right. I think the problem is how cold. Like, Tita, you understand that you and I have talked about this a few times. But in many ways, it's not so much of the method, it's the presentation. And the way he's presented it is cold, very cold. And this is the first time you've heard of, we're trying to stabilize the Krogan population, overpopulation chances, all this other stuff like that, barbarism, blah, 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 blah. The only thing you've really heard about the genophage is they're killing us. Even, this is the other thing, even Rex said the genophage was bad, but that's not what's killing the Krogan population. So in a way, him and Morden kind of agree with each other. But just the way it's presented, it's so one-sided. So the presentation of what some would consider the right thing is the problem, or is a serious problem. It's about as much of a problem as the genophage, because even now, Morton doesn't even sound resolute in his beliefs. And the fact that Shepard can continuously pressure him on it, a bleeding heart could really, honestly think, a bleeding heart could break him. And now you have the backdrop of the Reapers. Genophage may not be it. But we now have something that the old council don't have, a foot in with Rex for diplomacy.
So you're willing to sterilize a species based on the evidence of a few simulations?
Yes, millions of data points, years of arguments, countless scenarios, all noted Krogan fragmentation as dangerous, no unified culture to support repopulation. Would have been war, Turians and humans destroying Krogan utterly. Genophage was better, saved lives.
But again, who talked to the Krogan about this?
You could have cured the genophage instead. Brought hope to the Krogan. They'd have rejoiced.
Assumes human reaction. Krogan stimulus response different. Harsh environment. Take chance to fight. Flee. Would have caused chaos in Tuchanka. Victor would have war economy. Bloodthirsty army. Galactic expansion only logical outcome. More war. Genophage saved lives. War would have ended.
You know what? I'm not gonna go the Paragon route with that one, because again, hiding behind statistics. If you go this route, oh, you get the Paragon thing. No. Stay in the middle.
We need to find Malin and shut this place down.
Yes.
Like I said, it's hard for him to answer for it, because now he's had the one thing that he didn't have when he was doing all that, when he was working on the genophage.
This is valuable.
He's had time to think. And I brought up retirement earlier. One of the very worst things to have in those types of situations is time to think. There's a door there. What's in here?
killed the Blood Pack guards.
Not Blood Pack, not member of Clan Werlock. Wrong clan markings.
I'm an Urdnot scout. Werlock guards got me. Brought me here.
The chief scout told us to watch for you. We've taken out the guards. Get back to Urdnot.
I can't. The Werlock did things to me. Drugs. Injections. Said I was sacrificing for the good of all Krogan. Experiments to cure the genophage. Everything's blurry. Hard to think. Have to stay.
Morden, can you get him back on his feet? Stims, maybe? Something to bolster his immune system?
You don't understand. I'm not too sick to leave. I have to stay. They're curing the genophage. They're gonna make it all better. They have to keep doing the tests.
Caution, Shepard. Patient unstable, susceptible, brainwashed.
That's too many drugs. He is, I forget the actual term for it, the colloquial term for it, but he's heavily medicated.
Why do you want them to keep doing the tests?
This is my fault. I got caught. Wasn't strong enough. Not good enough. This is the best I can do. This is all I can do. I'm not big enough to have a real shot with the females. I'll never have kids of my own. But if I help undo the genophage, then I mattered.
Millions of children will be born. Werlock children. They're going to destroy the other clans.
But... no. No, they said I was helping Urdnot.
If you want to help Urdnot, you need to get back there. But it would take a real badass to make it back to camp while injured.
I can do it.
You? I said a badass, not some scout whining like a Quarian with a tummy ache.
I can do it. I'm up. And I'm going to the female camp.
Damn right you are. Get back there and show them what you're worth. Go. Go.
Nicely done. Fortunately, subject is unlikely to be contagious.
I'm going back to the crib. I'm gonna find me a lady. And I'm gonna holler. I'm gonna spit this game. To those in the chat, is that considered gaslighting? I want to make sure I'm using the right definition.
Shepard, I'm detecting crates ahead that are holding unstable materials. A misplaced shot could cause a significant explosion.
Or a well-placed shot. Explosives useful. Burn through Krogan armor.
Explosions, you say?
Trouble! Weaklings!
Not difficult. This burned nicely. Problematic targeting.
Okay. Come on around the corner. Cook this man. There we go. Standing in front of a shotgun is not the best of ideas. Why am I going with the pistol? Ammo, give me some ammo. There we go. Reloaded. Run past the crates. Nope. Sorry, bucko. Running me over would be very bad for my health. So let's not do that.
You're up.
All right, everybody, sing it with me. Black hole good. Okay, that didn't quite work out the way that I wanted.
Krogan charging.
Black hole good, won't you come? Oh, it's the boss. Take that. And down goes the boss. Okay, thanks, bye. So the boss is down. I guess the next thing is his homeboy. Okay. That's that one. That's 2, 3. There we go.
This might be useful.
Hey, heavy weapon ammo. I'll take it.
Malin, alive, unharmed. No signs of restraint, no evidence of torture. Don't understand.
For such a smart man, Professor, you always had trouble seeing evidence that disagreed with your preconceptions. How long will it take you to admit that I'm here because I wish to be here?
Is Werlick controlling him? He might be having that crisis of conscience that Morton is having.
He wasn't kidnapped. He came here voluntarily to cure the genophage.
Impossible. Whole team agreed. Project necessary.
How was I supposed to disagree with the great Dr. Solus? I was your student. I looked up to you.
Experiments performed here. Live subjects, prisoners, torture and executions. You're doing?
We've already got the blood of millions on our hands, Doctor. If it takes a bit more to put things right, I can deal with that.
You honestly think the experiments you did here are justified?
We committed cultural genocide. Nothing I do will ever be justified. The experiments are monstrous because I was taught to be a monster.
So basically, double down on it.
Morton, did you ever perform experiments like this?
No. Never taught you this, Malin.
So your hands are clean. What does it matter if the ground is stained with the blood of millions? You taught me that the end justified the means. I will undo what we did, Professor. The only way I know how.
Hold on, give me a second, chat. Chotomate kudasai. This. There we go.
What happens if the genophage is cured and the Krogan expand again? That'll be on your head.
We justified this atrocity by saying the Krogan would cause havoc and war if their population recovered. But look at the galaxy. Batarian attacks in the Traverse, Geth attacks in the Citadel. Is this a more peaceful universe? The assault on your Eden Prime might never have happened if we had let the Krogan recover. We'll never know.
Really? You don't think so?
How would a Krogan population explosion have done anything to stop Saren and the Geth?
An increased Krogan population would have forced the Council to take steps, likely involving colony rights in the Traverse. The Turian fleets would be vigilant for any military activity in the area. They might have stopped the Geth at Eden Prime.
Supposition. Impossible to be certain.
Don't you see? We tried to play God and we failed. We only made things worse, and I'm going to fix it.
There's a problem with that statement. You just go in the opposite direction. And who's also to say that the Turians would be down with that?
You talked about killing, but the genophage isn't lethal. It only affects fertility rates.
Krogan fight over fertile females. They become mercenaries or pirates because they see no alternative. They would be thriving in a cultural renaissance now had we not decided that this is what they deserved.
Inaccurate. Krogan population resulted in war. Simulations were clear.
Why work with Clan Werelock? And how did you access the genophage data?
The data was easy to obtain. We all still had clearance. We were heroes. All I had to do was ask. As for the Werelock, they were the only clan with both the resources and the commitment.
Urdnot has a larger camp than Werelock. Why not use them?
Urdnot Rex is too soft. He wasn't willing to do the experiments I needed. It's Urdnot's loss and Werelock's gain. Their clan will be the first to recover from the crime we committed.
So, essentially, it's one of those, I'll just be a bigger monster. This is the writing that I enjoy in games like this. Not just the decision making, but there is no real, at least to me, the right, quote unquote, is just a matter of perspective. Oh, this is your boy. And these are two monsters fighting.
Malin clearly doesn't need rescuing. What do you want to do?
Have to end this.
You can't face the truth, can you? Can't admit that your brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity!
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No choice. Have to kill you.
Wait, you don't need to do this, Morton. You're not a murderer.
No, not a murderer. Thank you, Shepard. Finished, Malin. Get out. No Werelock left. Project over.
What if he talks to more Krogan? Tells the public about the modified genophage project?
Special Tasks Group good at covering tracks. No proof. Werelock willingness to work with Salarian, unusual. Other Krogan will kill him.
Good point. Because you smell of Warlock.
Aren't you worried that he'll start his research again?
No. Locking this unit. Special Task Group can cut access to old data. Could start from scratch. Decades of work, though. Didn't teach you everything I knew.
Oh boy, this is a motley crew.
You heard the professor. Get out before he changes his mind.
Where am I supposed to go, Professor?
Don't care. Try Omega. Can always use another clinic.
The Krogan didn't deserve what we did to them, Professor. The genophage needs to end.
Not like this. Apologies, Commander. Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake. Thank you.
He does have feelings. This is... in some ways, I'm trying to look at this without putting feelings into it. But... these are not doctors. These are scientists. Doctors are to do no harm. This is unethical. And a lot to process.
Don't worry about me, Morton. How are you doing?
Should have killed him. Wanted to. Easier than listening. Easier for him, too. Experiments indicate how far he's fallen. Expected it from Krogan. Not one of mine.
Problem is, killing him is the easy way out. He doesn't learn from anything. It's just the end. And in many cases, that whole special task group that worked on this, you have time to think after the genophage is over. Like I said said earlier, after that whole genophage thing, after the operation being a success and the patient dying, now you just have time to think. And after action reviews are a thing. They hurt. Morden wanted to kill him. I honestly believe because he just, the pain from it, especially from one of his own. And he's seeing further and further, seeing more and more on a personal level how much his research, the quote unquote good deed that he's done, how much punishment that's there.
Maybe you'll remember that the next time you're discussing the ethics of the genophage.
Yes. So many variables, stress responses, impossible to truly predict. Something to think about. Malin's research, only loose end. Could destroy it. Closure, security. Still valuable, though.
Now, on the other hand,
if you think it could be useful, why not hang on to it?
Worked for years to create modified genophage. Should destroy this. Malin's work could cure genophage. Don't know. Effects on Krogan, effects on Galaxy. Too many variables. Too many variables.
You regret what the Krogan have become. You see the horror of what they did here, but you see the loss, too.
Wasted potential.
They don't deserve this, Morden. Save the data.
Point taken, Shepard. Capturing data. Wiping local copy. Still years away from cure, but closer than starting from scratch. Done. Ready to go. Ready to be off to Chunka. Anywhere else. Maybe somewhere sunny.
I'd like to look around a bit more.
Besides, there is something here to hack. That is an ethical nightmare. Sometimes the quote-unquote good is simply a matter of perspective. Some things that you're not proud of. And this is why, I talk about this a lot. And I want to go more of a deeper dive into it, but the whole hero concept. You're the hero. You're the hero. And I think that is, to me, one of the inherent problems of heroism, in video games, because you're the hero and you're only going from the perspective of the hero. And if the hero is not, or if you're only looking at it from the perspective of the hero, you don't really look at the damage that you're actually causing to other people. Which is why, even in my own life, I avoid being called the hero. I don't quite hate it, but I avoid being called the hero. Because, and a lot of times I gotta look at myself in the mirror. And of all the things all the pain that I've had to go through myself, and in some ways still go through. And, I'm a lot better than I was when I first got out, but time to think it's tough. And whatnot. So I don't look at myself as some version of, I'm doing the hero thing. I'm doing the heroics thing. I accomplished the mission, and that's it. because I understand that in order for some things to happen, you have to take away from others. And in many cases, it's a matter of perspective. Doesn't make it any less painful. But it's just a matter of perspective. And that, I honestly believe, is the lesson from Morton's loyalty mission and the whole genophage as a whole. So I'm not casting any judgment in saying, well, the genophage was right or the genophage was wrong. To that level, I'm not taking any serious hardline stance because, again, there's so many other variables. In a way, TD, yeah, that's everybody has their own perspectives on this. So, one day I will definitely do a deep dive on the genophage from an ethical perspective, but also at the same time, you have to pay a lot of attention to well, you know what? I'm gonna just leave it at that. There's a lot to this, but I want to beat the game first. And level 21. Let's go. Level 21. Let's go. All right. Let's go back here, and now for a moment of levity, I guess. It is time for the coming of age ceremony for Grunt.
Those Turians and Solarians look like
Clan Erdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. Based on population profiles, Clan Erdnot has adopted surviving members of Clan Werlock, mostly women and children.
Ah, intelligent move. Surprising from Krogan. Glad to see it.
Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's problem.
You see that special they had on the extranet? That crap rots your brain. You should be out hunting. Or fixing something if you can't hunt. Special vid on the Citadel.
The news will rot your brain.
You don't have the plates to try.
Let's see. Nope, that's a shame.
Don't turn back, human. I may be an ambassador among my people, but that doesn't mean I have to speak to the likes of you. Don't think that carrying this whelp of a Krogan makes you worth my time. Leave now before my guards decide to eject you.
You seem like a well-traveled Krogan, Ambassador.
I am.
Then you must know who I am. And you have to be aware that bad things happen to those who oppose me.
Stand down, men. I'm starting to like this human. I am the ambassador to Erdnot from Clan Nakmor. We're a small clan based in the Kratic Wastes.
Basically, he said, you don't want the smoke. Things tend to explode when I'm around.
If Nakmor is a small clan, how do you keep the more powerful clans from destroying you?
We are the clan of the great warlord Nakmor Crawl, who faced down platoons of Turians and won. Most clans lend us the respect our ancestor is due.
What business does Clan Nakmor have with the Erdnot?
Clan leader Rex requested that I come. He and Clan Nakmor have been in talks about a more permanent alliance. With our help, Erdnot could rally others behind its banner and truly unite Tuchanka.
and we would gain the chance to fight in larger battles with greater plunder.
I thought all Krogan want to be warriors. What makes a Krogan become an ambassador?
You don't know as much as you think, human. A Krogan diplomat has to represent the strength of his people, or his clan appears ripe for conquest. I slaughtered my way to the top of my clan, human. I speak with the authority of a warrior.
I don't know as much as I think. Of course not. That's why I'm asking, goofball.
I should go.
I'm sure you are needed elsewhere.
That's why I'm asking questions.
Watch it, human.
Go away. The envoy to the female clans doesn't have to listen to aliens.
Oh, hey, okay.
You go beyond yourself, Gatatog Uvank. The rights of Urdnot are dominant.
How do we know it will challenge him? He's unnatural. The beasts of the right could ignore him like a lump of plastic.
They know blood no matter the womb. Your barking does not help your case. I'll speak for myself. This is the tank bread. It is very lifelike. Smells correct as well. Your protests ring hollow, Uvank.
Okay. Why does Uvank sound like Michael Dorn? And to those who may not know who Michael Dorn is, that's Worf from Star Trek TNG.
Urdnot Rex has given us permission to seek clan status for Grunt.
Permission. That is good enough, if lacking in spirit.
If this must stand on ritual, then I invoke a denial. My clan stands against him. He has no one.
My patience is tested, but Uvank invokes correctly. Grunt, who is your Krat? Your allies willing to kill and die on your behalf?
How is a candidate tested if he brings backup on his rite of passage?
Not every Krogan can be the strongest warrior, but each must inspire his peers to battle at his side. If the ones who know you best can find nothing worthy in you, you should wander the wastes and die alone before you weaken my clan.
That makes sense. That does make sense. Okay, so I can be diplomatic and say, well, he's a part of my crew. I am the commander. Or I can kind of talk like a Krogan and say, fine, we'll kill for this man. And you know what? I know Curtis would say this. It's time for Jerome.
Grunt will strengthen Clan Urdnot. Name our target, and it will die.
Spoken well. Most aliens, and some Krogan, do not understand our ways. I believe this human does.
Aliens don't know strength. My followers are true Krogan. Everything about Grunt is a lie.
Think. Ow.
You dare.
I like this human. He understands.
This is what happens.
Draw my denial. This will be decided elsewhere.
I've been hanging around Rex too long.
Provoke them. Reason enough for me to like you. They're your problem now.
Do we need any special equipment?
To begin the rite, only the candidate and his Krant are required. You love battle, don't you, Shepard? The last gasp of a dying opponent. Bring your love of the fight to Grunt's trial, and he will succeed.
Is that Krogan gonna be a problem?
He is forbidden to interfere, will he? During the rite of passage, you must be ready for anything, Shepard. From what you've shown me, you will not disappoint.
We've waited long enough. Tell us how this works.
Still your impatience, Shepard. For now, know that Grunt will be tested, and that you must adapt.
So basically, there will be smoke everywhere. And you must match the smoke that will be brought.
We're ready. Let's do this.
Excellent.
It is time for the smoke. So let's see. Mordo. Change clothes. Okay. I'm gonna bring Red Hood. Why not? Armor piercing ammo. Oh, I would need another level at that. So I believe that is done. Let's go. It is time for the snake to get hammered. I kind of remember this fight. Do I remember how it works? No. But, side note, the title of this stream, The Snake Gets Hammered.
This is Tachanka's most recent scar.
Hold on.
The last surface city to fall in the rebellions. The Keystone was at the heart. It has survived wars and the passage of centuries. It endures. Like the Krogan. If you wish to join Clan Urdnot, you must contemplate the Keystone and its trials.
What will happen?
Who knows? You must adapt. You must thrive no matter the situation. Any true Krogan will.
Okay. All right, so to those who don't know, the title of this stream, The Snake Gets Hammered, part of it is because of this particular mission right now. Secondly, there was an old Super Nintendo game called Rock and Roll Racing. And one of the characters in that game, his name is Snake. And one of the lines by the announcer when Snake's vehicle gets destroyed, he basically says, gets hammered. So, yeah, that's the backstory of The Snake Gets Hammered.
First the Krogan conquered Tachanka and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold.
Yeah, I get that. Where is...
Here they come.
Round.
I'm ready.
Hold him off. Hold him off. I'm busy trying to get this money. Hold him off. I need this bread. Good job, gang.
There we go.
One more.
Because I actually learned this a little bit ago. I learned this earlier this week. Apparently, you can get damaged out of hacking. Okay, so... there is another one over here. All right, cool. Woo. Platinum.
Yes. Like that one.
Y'all got this. I'm just gonna kind of chill.
Never saw me coming.
Now you'll fry.
Ow.
One more.
I guess I'm gonna have to do some work now. All right, where to next?
I love this ride.
Here they come. I'm ready.
More doggos, huh? And cook the mutt.
Never saw me coming.
You're about to be a hot dog, my guy.
Scratch one.
These beasts will know I'm worthy.
All right. That's down.
Then the Krogan were lifted to the stars to destroy the fears of a galaxy. An enemy only we could chase to their lair.
Okay.
Crawlers, come to your death.
Hold him off. Hold him off. Come on, baby, come on. Give me this money.
Enemy. Taking fire.
Ow. Oh, man. That's what I get. That's what I get for trying to get this money and hitting the button too early. Well, at least I don't have to go through that whole fight again.
Ready for another round, Shepard. Tag the keystone.
I'm a coming. Let me get this money first. So yes, I was apparently getting cooked while I was trying to get this bread.
Keystone to continue the right. Then the Krogan were lifted to the stars to destroy the fears of a galaxy. An enemy only we could chase to their lair.
Okay.
Crawlers, come to your death.
My FF brain is kicking in. Stand behind stuff. Hook them! Hook them! Move!
On the ground, now!
Okay, I finally figured out where the quick switch is.
Never enough. Come on, now you'll fry!
Okay, okay.
This should slow him down.
Explosions!
Up front!
Okay. All right. More of these things. Okay. Keeps moving, baby. Keeps moving. Keeps moving, baby. Keeps moving. Okay, is that it?
We need to trigger the keystone to continue the right. Now, all Krogan bear the genophage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is
I saw something. Oh, lovely.
shaking.
Snake! Snake!
We've been spotted.
An enemy worth fighting.
Oh, that's beautiful! Where's the Mako?
Taking heavy fire.
Where's the Mako? The last time I had to fight a Thresher Maul on foot, it was a Coos. Behind cover! Oh, come on! That's not that wide.
Now, all Krogan bear the genophage. Our reward, our curse.
Okay.
It's a fight where the only goal is survival. Feel that? Everything is shaking.
Oh, I did not want to do that. Okay. Where you at? All right, either survive. Come on. Okay. Come on, armor up, armor up, armor up. Where you at, buddy? Are you serious? Woo! Come on. Okay. All right, I can spot you now. Dead. Grunt move. Come on, I was behind cover. Sliding over that way. Behind cover. It just died. I'm a trying. What's going on, Tone? Good to see you again, my friend. That's where you at.
Finally, an enemy worth fighting.
Can I? There we go. Sweet spot. That's where you going. That's where you going. That's where you going. Sizer! One more hit. I live. Take it to the head, baby. Take it to the head.
We have company. Good. I want more.
Calm down, my guy. Calm down.
You live. And you brought down the Thresher Maw. No one has done that in generations. Urdnot Rex was the last. My Krant gave me strength beyond my genes, which are damn good. This will cause discussion. I wonder. You say you are pure, no alien meddling in your construction, just the Warlord Okier.
The best Krogan traits are distilled into Grunt. He's designed to be perfect.
Being designed is the problem, but not made by aliens. And he is truly powerful. That is a tolerable loophole.
A what?
A reason to accept you. You are a mistake, but your potential could tip the current balance of the clans.
You spit on my father's name, on Shepard's name, but now you stop ranting because I'm strong.
With restrictions. You could not breed, of course, or serve on an alien ship, but you'd be clan in name.
That's a... You know what? No, he could breed. Oh, he's talking about the rules of this.
You talk like he's a thing. You're after his power. You don't really want him in your clan.
Of course not. I didn't really want to cooperate with Clan Urdnot either, but I had to. Clan Gatatog is on the verge, either of greatness or of joining the dust. I get traditional support if I fight you, and reformer support if I back you. Your rite of passage tipped that balance too.
So he is in kind of a win-win situation. Oh, Tone. FYI, I wanted to let you know that housing has opened up again in 14.
It's your choice, Grunt. Sounds like an easy job.
That's the problem. I'm pure Krogan. Uvik, you were the pretender.
Your head is valuable, whether you're alive or dead.
Just try to take it.
Oh, you know what time it is?
Hostile!
It is time for the smoke.
Krogan incoming!
Watch it!
Whatever gave you that idea?
Shields down.
Kneecap?
Enemy charging! On the ground, now!
Kneecap?
This should slow him down.
The first ones was in the kneecap. Well, you know, you could look at kneecap as a bit of a metaphor.
Yeah, right on your ass.
I did kneecap him.
Uvik is meat. Let's signal at the keystone to get out of here and leave him to rot.
I did indeed kneecap him. It did drop him to his knees. I'm just saying. My boy. There's my boy. But I'm glad you're feeling better, my friend.
Earning the honor of clan and name. Many survive, but it has been years since a Thresher Maw fell. Your names shall live in glory. Grunt, you are Urdnot. We now own property. Join the army and apply to serve under a battle master.
Shepard is my battle master. He has no match.
Understood. Congratulations, Urdnot Grunt. Accept this token from Fortak. His weapons are the finest we have.
What were you called before you became shaman?
I gave up my name when I became the shaman. I am a conduit for the rage and bloodlust of my people. It would be wrong to retain my old identity. My life belongs to the clan.
I want to know about Tuchanka's past.
Tuchanka is a place of great gifts. It kills the weak, torments the slow, and destroys the stupid. Survival is an honor, and here, Krogan thrive. We cover this planet with our civilization, only to burn it to the ground a dozen times over. Each time, we grow stronger. When we are wise and powerful enough, we will tame the planet forever.
So basically, so we're talking a eternal Zenkai boost. Alright. Yeah, really, Teeter.
I've never heard anyone say that wiping out their own civilization was a good thing.
I'd have thought you, of all aliens, would understand, Shepard. The Krogan empires and clans of the past were glorious, built in great battles and conquests, but their cores were weak. How else could they have fallen? When Krogan civilization achieves its apex, there will be no stopping it. No stopping us.
It doesn't have a girlfriend. It looks like the breath is breaking bad.
Tell me about Krogan rites and ceremonies.
You have seen the rite of passage. Krogans suffer the rite of life at birth, and the rite of honor when they wish to be considered for breeding. The rite of firsts is suffered before a Krogan faces a new enemy. A clan leader also undergoes many rites in service to the clan.
What rites did you go through to become Chief Shaman?
Becoming the shaman is excruciating. I passed through rites that made me wish to die. I carry the scars on my soul. I must perform rites each dawn and dusk to keep me bound into our Krogan nature. Our spirit is one of violence and death. I must be attuned to that.
Your job is awful.
Indeed.
Your job sucks. Yes.
I should go.
May your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
This looks interesting.
Yeah, his outlook on life is it's a mood. It is absolutely a mood.
I may be young, but I relay the wishes of the females. That's important.
Let's see.
You hear that the tank bred and the human killed the Thresher Maw? Everybody's heard. Hasn't been done since Rex himself.
So we'll talk to Rex and we'll get up on out of here, and I believe that will be it for today's stream. So, Tone, before we get up out of here, I don't know if you saw the question of the day, my friend, but what you think?
You just can't help making trouble. No one has killed a Maw since my turn in the right. Next you'll tell me he's a Quint and crap's dark matter. Guess that's what it takes to replace me.
Boy.
You are Urdnot Grunt. Welcome.
Good on you, bro.
Sounds like you've got big changes ahead for the Krogan.
We're making a neutral ground where all clans can share resources and fertile females.
Man, I think we
It's a new day for the Krogan. We shall rise again.
Let's see.
This sounds ambitious. How's it gone so far?
Better than I'd feared. Worse than I'd hoped. I've got a few clans, but too many are turning their backs on us entirely.
Sounds like you're not making friends.
Traditionalists like Uvenk are chained Varen, always fighting, guarding their pathetic stick in the ground. When the smoke clears, I can plant the flag on their corpses and rally the rest around a new Krogan hub.
I got rejected from signing up for an electricity account in my apartment. Because I was 17 when I came here from home. Oof. That's... yeah, wow. That's, yeah. Yikes. And I know you've made some mentions of that, but thinking about it in that context, like, this was my day of, I am an adult now. Even though you're 17. Yeah, that is very true. If you got money.
Sounds like you're counting on a lot of bloodshed, even after you unite.
It will be slow, but I won't change what we are. Krogan are judged by the strength of our enemies. Our worst insult is to say someone's not worth killing.
I need to go. We'll go over this another time.
Watch yourself, Shepard. Tuchanka isn't safe and homey like Theros and Ilos.
Shepard needs lip champ. I vaguely remember, let me see, is it there? I vaguely remember
Shepard,
there was a line.
my friend.
Sounds like you've got
We're
big
making
changes.
it's a new day for the Krogan. We shall rise.
Sounds ambitious. How's it
Better
going?
than I'd feared. I've got a few clans, but too many are turning their backs on us entirely.
What do the women of Clan
It was our
Urdnot?
female clan lead. Attacks on Urdnot now endanger the females of all clans. Even clans that want to see
I need to go.
hunt well, Shepard.
I thought, if memory served me correctly, I thought there was a line where they were saying something on the lines of people were, the females were lining up to talk to Grunt, and there was like two of them that wanted Shepard. I'm like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Clan Urdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. In addition, killing the Thresher Maw has
Someday we'll get off this far and show those Turians who's boss.
Oh, so it's Edie that says it. That's right. All right, let's get up on out of here. This whole scene is a Carmax one head. Yeah. I just thought about it. Energy is the reason toddlers have bad. Yeah, I have heard that rampantly, that people will put electrical bills in their kids' names and stuff like that. So the 17 thing and not being able to get a an account, it's wild, especially in that backdrop. So yeah, I think the only thing I can really say is I'm glad you came out on the other side well enough on it. There, Tone. Woo, boy. But I believe. Oh no! Wait, you gotta go talk to Morton.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Before we get out of here, let us go talk to Morton and Grunt.
Still hard to believe Malin betrayed me, betrayed my work, disgusted by his actions. Proud of his nerve, though. Almost thought he lacked backbone. Hope he finds something new, better goal, better purpose, fewer torture tests.
See, I had a full-time job and was in university, so it's not like I was pressed for anything other than getting out of home. That makes sense. I'll tell you how they get caught. Baby daddy has multiple kids with multiple women, and one of the mamas is already using SSN for the... That is all I'm gonna say. Only sometimes the deuce is necessary. Proud of you, my dude. Yeah. If it is a serious, tough situation, I mean, it's it's one of the reasons why I do love streaming as much as I do. I get a chance, and I think I said this last week. I get a chance to learn about people's lives outside of myself and learn a side of people that I would have never heard of otherwise. And like I said, people like you, TD, and you, Tony, have opened my eyes to a lot of things. I mean, it's actually... Tony hearing stories like yours and TD hearing some stories like yours is one of the reasons why I was so infuriated with the Jacob quest. And to be honest, 2 weeks later, I am still fuming over it. But yeah, it's it is a bit of a thing, like, you know, I'm one of the ones that came from a very stable family, so hearing these stories on the outside of it, it makes me realize how, I guess in some ways, sheltered I was. So hearing some of y'all's stories does open my mind up a bit, that everybody's life wasn't like that. And it makes me realize, you know, it makes me empathetic for other people when it comes to it. I'll never be able to say that I understand, because I don't. And I'll never insult people by saying I understand. Yeah, but also at the same time, it's like when I hear other people's stories, I'll never be one of those ones that, well, I can't relate and whatever. If one thing my military career has made me constantly want to do, and also just me as a person, I do want to sit down and listen. Not judge, but just listen. And I've learned this from even my time studying journalism, that not everybody, you know, you have your biases. Like an exercise that we had to do was, we had to fill out this questionnaire about going in, you know, covering a certain story. And one of the questions they told us was, what is your bias that will force you, or that would hinder you from having this story be as non-biased as possible? And that's something that I do take to heart. You know, your life is something to reach for. Both of you have helped my picker. I'm better for you guys. Appreciate you. I hope my life is given, you know, make some people better. I hope all this time of rambling about bullcrap and playing video games has helped out some people, you know. But no, it does make me want to sit down and listen and like want to put myself in other people's shoes and whatever. I still have my ways of thinking, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I am very cognizant that I am me. And I've been me for almost 50 years. And all I really know is me. But at the same time, I am cognizant that I am me and I'm not the other person. So sitting there making these blanket judgments, to me, is stupid. And I always want to open my head up to other people's thought processes. Because just saying, oh, I don't believe in this and whatever, there's got to be a reason behind it. And even if their reason is, this is just how I feel and whatever, that's a reason. You know, and I would love to hear it. Even if it opens up for debate, you know, there may be some things that I don't see and whatnot. So I never want to be in a position to where it's like, oh, you know, I don't understand your pain and I don't care about your pain and whatever. I want to try to be as ethical as possible. I won't sit there and, you know, be some kind of a pushover like, well, you know, I get to feel sorry for everybody. No, I will not feel sorry for you, but I do want to understand to help me make better decisions, especially dealing with more people than me, more people on the outside. You know, I try to make some of these decisions even in my streams. You know, try to make this as safe of a space as possible. Will I disagree with some things? Yes. But also at the same time, I want to be able to open this up for conversation to where we're getting to a meaningful point. And if other people can be in on these conversations, like I've already set up this stream to be, y'all are inside my head. I'm just talking basically to myself. Y'all just happen to be around and whatever, but it is a thought process of this is what's in my head. And when I look at chat, it is like I get to see inside other people's heads. So it's like, okay, there may be some things I need to tweak, you know, because what may only work for me, and I tell this to people constantly, something that may work for me, I tell you, it works for me. It may not work for y'all because we are completely different people. Human is not a monolith. Race is not a monolith. Hell, height is not a monolith. You know, I'm a tall guy. And people think, you know, oh, you're tall, you can play basketball or whatever. I'm going to give you a perfect example. I can't palm a basketball. I can block shots. I can get rebounds. I can out-jump people. I can outrun people. My handle is trash because I can't palm it. 6'4" is short for basketball when it comes to the NBA. Like, you know, like you were talking, Tony, we were talking about this a while ago. Like, big dudes are different. Like, in basketball, we got big man and tall man. I'm big man. Oh, I'm tall man, not big man. But they take tall man and put him in the big man spot. Tell you something, real talk, the stream is necessary. People out here are not properly taking care of themselves. The chat and bad syphilis, telling people to wrap it up. Yes, please do. Please do. I want a healthy chat so we can all laugh about stuff. Tag it, TD. But yeah, like you and I were talking about this a while back or a few weeks ago, but it's like, you know, you told me at one point about, you know, about yourself, and I remember I made the joke of, let me tell you, you are, you know, you're 6'4", you're not a small guy, but I will tell you this, if I ever brought you to one Nick Saban, he would be salivating. He'll be like, how's your eligibility? Have you finished university? And stuff like that. It's like, it's not a monolith. My handle's probably the worst. My hands are slightly larger than the girl. Yeah, it's like we can't, like, you and I had the same issue. Palming a basketball. You know, like you're only 2 inches shorter than Jordan, and I'm 3 inches shorter than Jordan. But I know people who are shorter than me that have bigger hands that can palm a basketball. No, we're good. We're good. So it's like, it's not a monolith. It's not a monolith. Like Tony, when you would tell me about yourself, like one example, you would tell me about yourself and stuff like that. A lot of times my thought process is, yeah, we're about the same height. But at the same time, I have been over 200 pounds once in my life. And I hated it. Now keep in mind, I was 205, all muscle. But my life, so much of my life is predicated on speed. I felt heavy. We were in Qatar, and I was a $175, excuse me. I was a $175 when I got to Qatar. 6 months later, I got back home, I was 205. And strong as an ox, I felt slow. I felt real slow. You couldn't move me, but I felt slow. Because my whole thing is predicated on I can outrun you to the post. My handles was not great, but my first sport was football. I was a receiver, and I could outrun people. So when I switched to basketball, my thing was I can still outrun you to the post. You may throw me around, but I can outrun you and I can outjump you. When I hit 205, I could do neither. I was just a tank, and that was it. So, solution, get even bigger, build those leg muscles. Look, let me tell you, there was a guy, I'll never forget this. There was a guy when we were over in Qatar. This dude, he weighed 235, so he outweighed me by 30 pounds. We get in the post, and his whole thing, now he was shorter than me. He was shorter and stockier. And he was like, I'm trying to push you out the post. And it's like, my problem is you ain't moving. If your thighs aren't bigger than your chest, you still have room to pack that muscle on. You know, one day, there's a part of me, honestly, if I could do it cleanly, there's a part of me that does want to get back to 200. There is a part of me that wants to get back to 200. And if I can do it and sacrifice only a small bit of speed, if I can be like, how do I put this? If I can still be, I can be a deep threat as a receiver and have the bulk to be a possession receiver, but be like still clean, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll think about getting back to 200 to where I can still outrun you. I'm still powerful enough to outjump you, and you're not throwing me around. So it's a thought. It is a thought. But no. This dude I had this dude in the post calling for the ball, and this cat tried to shove me, like literally tried to shove me. And he's like, bro, like after the game was over, he was like, bro, I tried to do anything with you, and it just wasn't happening. And how much you weigh? 205. I'll weigh you by 30 pounds. How can I not move you? I don't know. This was a whole new territory for me. But it was bulky muscle. It wasn't clean. Yeah, leverage. Well, one of the things I did learn from my pops, growing up was always have a lower center of gravity. Great positioning in the post, in whatever. Because I've even had people tell me, it's like, you're great in the post, you're just light. You're just skinny. And you can get thrown around, but give me a long enough lever and I'll move the world. Basically. Basically. But yeah, man, that was my life in basketball. That was my life in the post. In fact, that was my life in sports. Outrun people because in the immortal words of Hagar from Final Fight, when I catch you, you're going for a ride. And in basketball, you're going to get thrown, just out-jump people. That's it. But yeah, that was the moment in my life I felt like the immovable object. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, if I would put my style as a person into an FF class, honestly, I think it would be Red Mage. Either Red Mage or Dragoon. That would probably be closer to me as a person. If I had to play a tank, probably Gunbreaker. Because movement. I'm not a stationary guy, but I'm also a lighter person. I predicate myself on speed. So yeah, it's funny. It's funny in doing that. I literally got run over by this guy who I swear couldn't be 5 feet even. Caught me crossing my feet going from offense to defense. It just threw me down. Look at this. Look, bro, you have to understand something. You have to understand something. Short people. They have had to fight for their life for a long time. They have had to be told that they have been short for their entire life. In the immortal words, I was the bigger guy. So okay. You were the biggest guy on the court. Look, I hate guarding short people. I hate them. I have told people constantly I hate guarding point guards. I despise guarding point guards. Because as fast as I am, my lateral movement is not good. My lateral movement is just, it is not good. But I hate guarding short people. Because it's like trying to catch Rey Mysterio all game. I hate it. But yeah, the cats that are 5 feet, they have had to fight their entire life. So somebody like you're seen as a target. Like, I have had a guy, that was a guy I remember, he was like 5'7". And I wasn't guarding him. He just got the ball near the net while I was at the top of the three-point line. And he just decided it's time for violence. I told you, you're the target. You are the target. Bro, I've been told, that was, like I said, that was a guy that was like 5'9", 5'7", something like that. There was a guy that I remember, he was a big Dragon Ball fan, right? And he said, if you found all 7 of the Dragon Balls and you can wish for one thing, he said, what would it be? And he said, he looked at me, he said, springs. Springs? Why springs? Because I have had dreams of somebody your height and your build that constantly block my shot, that just one day I catch you slipping one time and just come down the middle, cock it back one time, and literally pull like Vince Carter to where I have my forearm in the rim as you falling on your behind. I just want to dunk on you one time. That's all I want. I just want to dunk on you one time. Like, why me? Because you tall and you can jump and you block shots. You the one that I want to dunk on. So Tony, you? No. That was targeted. That was the basketball version of targeting. You were the fulfillment of a dream. You a big man. And to that cat who was about 5 feet, he was like, oh, this is the closest I get to doing Shaq dirty. So yes. People, I'm telling you this now, Tony, people have had dreams of dunking on you because you are a big man. Because here's the thing, it's a no lose situation for them. If you block their shot, or if you do them dirty, you're supposed to. You're a big man. But if they yoke on you, if they throw it down on you, they might as well be walking around with the championship belt. It's a no lose situation for them. You have all to lose.
You're really at peace with what happened?
Yes, of course. Can't change what happened. Life continues. Back to mission, back to work. Become like Malin otherwise. Solarian emotional processing faster than other species. Has to be. Short-lived culture can't spend time reminiscing.
So you really don't feel bad at all about what happened on Tuchanka?
Yes, correct. Now at least. Greatly distressed at the time. Stages of grief, loss, anger, rationalization. Dealt with it. Most issues settled on Tuchanka, some on shuttle back to Normandy.
Malin didn't seem like he processed his emotional response. He was obsessed with the genophage.
True, didn't mean to imply that Solarians were healthier emotionally, can still make wrong choices, bad decisions from grief, anger, guilt. Malin couldn't accept feelings. Made decision, executed. Probably before I left for Omega. Wish I'd seen it. Solarians still feel, just resolve it quickly. Explains lack of marriage, can't sustain courtship emotions. Or perhaps based on reproduction. Unsure.
Yeah, that's right. Solarians have a problem with getting married because they're hyped up on Mountain Dew 24/7.
What about Malin's data on the genophage? His attempts at a cure?
What about it? Have it over there somewhere. Not dealing with it now. Need to focus on collectors. Not important now, regardless. Appreciate you helping me back on Tuchanka. Should get back to work. Wasted enough time already. Lots to do. Talk later?
I will take care of that part later. No, that's the armory. Let's go downstairs and talk to Grunt. And I think that will be it. But all in all, my boy, I am glad to hear you are better as we get up out of here for today. I am glad to hear you are better. Tony, in case you didn't hear from... They also reproduce like fish, so nuclear family was never an option. I think it was Solarians. I have to look that up. I will have to look that up. But yeah, in case you haven't heard, I am going to start doing my streams at 4 Eastern or 1 Pacific, your time on Fridays. Just do start of a later, do a little bit of a later start because I want to change some things around. So it's gonna be a little bit later. You're gonna have more time to wake up and whatever and da. So for the foreseeable future. Also next week, this is tentative. But I don't know if I'm going to be streaming next week since it's American Thanksgiving. If I do anything, it won't be Mass Effect Protocol. It'll probably just be Coffee Cup Fridays. And if we do, it'll be more Thanksgiving themed. And whatever. So that be about all for the
Bird,
announcement.
not grunt. I like it. I have a clan. That makes me want to fight, not just able to. And Uvink, I wanted to disembowel him, to tear out his spine like a trophy.
Can you focus that on our real enemy? Or do I have to lock you up for the ship's safety?
I get it now. It's part of what I am. It was just delayed because of being tank bred. Now that I know it's not an outside thing, and I have a place as a Krogan, I like it. Our enemies are in trouble, Shepard, and we better not run out of targets.
There's no danger of that. They're practically lining up.
Everyone gets a turn. Ha! Wouldn't want it any other way.
So, Tony, question. Before we get up out of here, I have one last question for you. Who wants to smoke more, Grunt or Xenos? I have to know. Because to me right now is neck and neck. Xenos only wants particular smoke. That's true. He wants all the smoke against one person. Grunt don't care. Smoke don't care. All smoke is good smoke. That is very true. That is very, very true. All right, my friends. I believe that is going to be it for today. Let me switch this up. That is going to be it for the day. Once again, shout out to Tony for coming through. TD as well. Anybody else who was in the chat, lurking around, popping in and out, and whatnot. I thank you all for coming through. Like I said, I may be back. It won't be a Friday if I do it. Excuse me. It'll be somewhat earlier in the week. But if I do, I will let y'all know. Keep track of the Discord, the Twitter, and the Instagram to see when I'm going back live again this week. Or if I don't, I will also let y'all know. And whatever. So, like I said, thank y'all for coming down. It has been a blessing to have y'all around. As always, if I don't see y'all next week, know that I love y'all. Know that I'm rooting for y'all in whatever y'all doing. Abide in peace. Happy Thanksgiving. Y'all be well. And y'all, as always, abide in peace